singenamali beneyimali ezinkulu. Imali ibhadile lapha ingane kaSenzo bayazi nokuthi ifunda ngani esikoleni. Bazozenza lezimali bazoyenza le mali. Bayazi nokuyazi sikhathele. Vuka Senzo, vuka mntana methuneni. Baba kaSenzo vuka. Vukani nime nilwe. Ilwani manje sikhathe ukuthi nilwe. Mndeni kaMeyiwa basingile baphikhoze. Vukani mathuneni. Vuka namba abantu badlala ngathi sekwanele. Badlala ngathi. Ngoba singenamali beneyimali. Hayi kwanele manje. Kwanele. Lezinyembe sizikhalayo. Sincane nenjabulo sisazojabula mndenini kaMeyiwa. Kwanele. Ngiyakumemeza nguma wakho namhlanje ngithi awukhulume mntanami uyamazi umuntu okudubula yalazi igama lakhe baba kaSenzo hlangana noSenzo mndeni kaMeyiwa kaNomdaya kaSingile hlanganani namhlanje amaqiniso ahlala kwala sikhathele sidiniwe odbedlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali ezinkulu. Imali ibhadile lapha ingane kaSenzo bayazi nokuthi ifunda ngani esikoleni. Bazozenza lezimali bazoyenza le mali. Bayazi nokuyazi sikhathele. Vuka Senzo, vuka mntana methuneni. Baba kaSenzo vuka. Vukani nime nilwe. Ilwani manje sikhathe ukuthi nilwe. Mndeni kaMeyiwa basingile baphikhoze. Vukani mathuneni. Vuka namba abantu badlala ngathi sekwanele. Badlala ngathi. Ngoba singenamali beneyimali. Hayi kwanele manje. Lezinyembe sizikhalayo. Sincane nenjabulo sisazojabula mndenini kaMeyiwa. Kwanele.
Baba President mhlonishwa konke sekuphela iminyaka ewu4 yonke akwenzeki lutho baba. Ngiyacela baba ukuthi ungazi ngisiza kanjani ukuthi bathulakale labantu. Inhliziyo yami ibhlungu ikhathazekile ngikhala every day every night. Ngicela baba ungisize baba Ramaphosa.
Ubhlungu obuzwayo ngiyakuzwela nami. We feel for you. We are with you, and it's been too long, actually, for perpetrators of the heinous crime that was committed against your son are found, and the Minister of Police is focusing on this crime that was committed against your son as well. He is focusing on it because he wants it to be solved. And I have said to him, this crime needs to be followed through. We need to have this crime solved. And there are quite a number of other crimes, high-placed crimes, that also are on his desk. And he knows that he needs to work on those. And without telling you that, when will it happen, I want you not to lose hope. I want you to know that we feel for you, and our police are working on this crime, on this murder, and hopefully soon there will be some indications of what is happening. Because I agree with you, Baba Meyiwa, it's been just too long. And I know the pain that you feel, the heartache, and the tears that continue to be shed in the Meyiwa family. So we are with you, and we are working on it.
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable.
Just tell us your name, your position, and how long you've been at the club.
My name is Senzo Meyiwa, Orlando Pirates goalkeeper, and I've been 10 years at Orlando Pirates. I'm the best.
I'm under oath right now, There's not much to say, or there's not much that I can say right now.
Sure.
But obviously, this is a democratic country. I was just merely exercising my rights. And I feel that that is why even the court took about 2 days or so, you know? And they found that it was actually within my rights to actually exercise that. And I don't know why now is it a hoo-ha that the exercise of my rights since this is a democratic country. The thing is, this has happened 8 years ago. People had so much to say. They had their own opinions, and of which obviously they are entitled to that. And there's not much I can say, you know. My family and I have been, there's no platform that we've not been to trying to explain exactly what happened, but it seems like they choose what to listen to and they make their own decision. I'm under oath right now. There's not much to say.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know?
The courts of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
Kulu na plenty.
Morning guys, morning. Good morning, Trust, good morning, Carol, good morning, Nontlantla, good morning, Jennifer, Maketile Kumalo, good morning, every one of you, good morning. I believe today we are going to have a continuous case, not like breaks and all those things. Tando, you're saying morning, let's hope and pray today. It's gonna be lovely day for Meyiwa family, justice for Senzo Meyiwa. Yes, definitely we pray and believe so. Atolanya, good morning. Nicole, Salmonan, Prince, Molweni, Jeremiah, good morning. Rehepo, good morning. Albakwe, good morning. Good morning. Yes, Albakwe is saying morning, Masanda, Wana Kabo Yellow. Lulamile, good morning Tsepiso, good morning. Maketile Kumalo, good morning. Huyamora. Let's speak Afrikaans. Tembele Hle, is saying still Mngomezulu is sick. Is it like that? Who said so? Yeah, is he sick still? My goodness. Hey. Tandenkosi, good morning. You're saying good morning, family and advocates. Good morning. Happy. Chauke, good morning. Just hope there will be no postponement. Yeah, definitely today let there be no postponement. Hey, Bekani, good morning. Matthias, good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Not I will check I'll check the stuff that you sent me on WhatsApp. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Nonhlanhla. Oh my goodness, they lost a friend in a tragic accident. Oh my goodness. My condolences to the family, and may the Lord comfort you all. I'm very sorry for that. Vuyo is saying, Kelly Kumalo, why Mapiri clean up the scene before the arrival of police? Something is fishy here. Yeah, something actually happened there. That one day we are saying is the judgment day today for the trial within a trial. I'm not sure. I think so. Keriboni, you are saying morning everyone. Mahakamila Mpanzi, you are saying good morning guys, watching from KZN. Kenneth, good morning. Sponiseni, Ntuli, good morning. The Meyiwas, Biwe, you're saying Tembelengos serious. Yeah, is he sick? Somebody saying he's sick. What's happening? Kosi, good morning. Shauza, you're saying morning, good friends. Morning, advocate. Lindy Monday, hi. How are you? Agnes, morning fam. Sheila, good morning. Yeah, Marketile, this is sad news, definitely. This is sad news. Yes, yeah, it's bad. Eh? I need to listen to the stuff that Nonhlanhla sent me. I want to listen to the things that she sent me so that I can actually maybe play it for you guys. Tebelitle, because you are saying I'm asking advocate, you never know. Oh, okay, you are asking. All right. If he's sick, Ram Sepele said he will take over. Oh, okay. So where are they now? Where are they now? Because it's already 10:12. Not Lanflan. Pepisani Sisi, definitely. Pepe. Charlie, you're saying good morning, advocates. Good morning to you. Good morning. Sbonga, you're saying another delay futhi. Sazisavelelwa or skati sase tekwini. Asifani nesase Pretoria. The time is the same all over in Mzanzi. Gloria, John Mohane, I need your comments here. Gloria Davids, good morning. There was a bit of an argument, I think I saw on our comments, and please let it be much clearer that we are not actually here to actually implicate anybody. We are here to analyze everything. So when you hear us commenting and analyzing, it's not like we are actually saying this side is right or what. No, we are analyzing facts and we are working with facts. It's not a matter of hating people or just not liking people, but it's a matter of let's analyze. We need an open mind. We need to look at these things in both ways. That's why we are at the center. We all need justice. We want justice to be served. So sometimes we need to be very sensitive when we are actually analyzing certain things, because if these guys are innocent, it is very bad for them to go to prison for something they did not do. But if they are guilty, fine, let them go to jail, but let it be proven otherwise. That's what we all need. I don't know, guys, if I'm right, but that's what we all need. Hence, when we are looking at these things, we want to see exactly what is our way forward, because we are all here for justice. We want to see justice being served. That's the thing. So Kumale saying good morning, my other family. I hope you guys are all good. We can't wait what's going to happen today. We are all waiting and we are in anticipation of what is going to take place today, because we are waiting. We really want to see things happening. Tembelihle, you're saying yes, advocate, you're right. Sibongiseni, you're saying you're 100% right, advocate. Samajola, you're saying morning, my people, which channel? Just wait, it's not it on all channels. You are on the right channel. Just wait a bit. Let's just wait and see what is going to come up. Mshengo, good morning. Good mornings. I wonder today what's new, because every day something is new with Baloyi. Yeah, guys, I want to speak about that Baloyi. You see, I asked the question. I put a clip where the judge was complaining about people not being prepared. When I look at it, I realize that there was a time when the judge even complained that Baloyi is bringing new evidence. So when new evidence comes, the defense has to prepare. So he's coming with evidence, let's say in the morning, and there's a preparation that needs to be done. That was what I was analyzing. Trust, you're saying guilt or not guilty for the accused ones. Kelly must confess. Definitely, that's true. Kelly will come in, and definitely we need Kelly to come by. Obakwe, you're saying, are they gonna produce the dockets today? Hopefully, they have to produce the dockets today. We need those. You see, there are too many things that were requested that did not come. There are too many things. There are too many things that were requested in this trial, within a trial, that were not presented. You see, that's why we want fairness, because we want fairness. We want everything to be done fairly. And look, guys, if, let's say, for example, these guys were the intruders, let's come back to the comment the other one has made. Let's say they were the ones who were wrong. Why did Makumalo in Mapiri clean up the house? Why didn't they wait for the police to come in? You see, there are questions that we are asking here, guys. We are not actually saying anything, but we are just speculating and trying to find out why did they call Chico first. Remember, when Zandile was in court, they said they were shaking. Even the judge confirmed that they were shaking, and they did not actually phone the police because they were all shaking. Lulamile, we are saying we are waiting for accused number 3, 4, and 5. They are running late. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Thank you for that info. Thank you for the intel. Thank you for that intel. Love KT, you're saying, Love KT is saying, hope today everything goes smoothly. Can this trial within a trial come to an end already? I'm not sure. They have not yet concluded what they are supposed to conclude. Kina Disha, you're saying, let's wait when defense call their witnesses. Yeah, they have to do that. That's what I'm saying. That all these other witnesses. What are you saying? Is it live on another platform? Let's see what's happening. Manje le contract new call live. No MTN TV ni terminate. What's happening? Let's see. It's not yet live. It's not yet live. It's not yet live. It's not yet live. I'm trying to check also. Is it live? Let me just check. No, it's not yet. It's not yet live. Huh? And the judge is ignoring the defense for bringing those documents. Yes, not Lantla, it's true. The judge's defense is actually fighting. It's more like he's fighting the defense. That's what I even saw. Hence, we are saying we need to see justice being served. Kina is saying this case still have You have a long way to go, a long way. Charlie, you're saying the sad part is that once those dockets make it to the court, another postponement will be required to prepare again. That's another thing. That's another thing as well, yes, because they definitely need to prepare. It's not yet live. Don't cut our MDN TV. If you check, it's not yet live as well. We are all not yet live because we are waiting for the feed. Remember, there's only one camera in the courtroom, only one. So all channels are using one of those. They did not allow too many cameras in, so everyone is collecting from one feed. Everyone who is doing live from that is collecting from one feed. That's why all our angles are the same. To all who are broadcasting it's just the same. It's just the same. We come from far. Advocate Baloyin, Miss Tabisen Muketi, what is your name? Miss Tabisen Muketi, what is your name? Tabisen Kinna, Tabisen Kate. I hope there will be no more delays. Yeah, guys, you guys were serious. I'm just trying to see here. I'm just trying to see how best can we do it. Let me just see let me just go through this voice notes that were sent. Let me just check the voice notes that were sent by non-transfer. She sent some voice note. Now I need to first of all go through them so that I know what you want me to play and what I must not play. I think this one you want me to play it. This one. Let me do this.
Thina singabantu balapha eMzansi. Silindele kuze kuthini, because we can see what's going to happen on this case.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of judgment.
Okay.
I don't want to buy that scale so good. This judge at the end of the day is gonna surprise us or what. I don't want to buy that theory. Yeah, Mina, I'm still standing. Ukuthi, this judge has already finished with his judgment, and ngiyafuna ukukholela ukuthi ayindindedwa umuntu ocabanga kanjalo. Sibaningi, mara why are we keeping quiet? Sithule sihleli kanje. Sifuna ukuthi mase kusenzeka lento siyaziyo sizothi yes, that's lento besiyazi. Sifuna ukuthi Mara, it's fine. It's fine. Because I can see thina singabantu balapha eMzansi sifuna ukwenza loo nto.
Yeah.
Uyazi, I think ndimvile emele ethetha about the second judgment that was already written by ujudge.
By ujudge, yes.
Ukuthi uba umvile ano uthi yena, that lady, you see that lady who's sitting in front of him, who's writing some notes for the judge. There's something ujudge that ayithethile ukuthi uzwile ukuthi kuzoba ne-postponement and stuff, wara. So as if lama judgment akhe awenza before akawenzi zibeka kanjani, not that wenza without knowing anything, wenza ezwile ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani.
Yes.
Mna ndi-understande kanjalo laa nto abezama uyithetha phaa. Of which for me, I don't buy it. Yes, I don't know the law. I don't know the law. Maybe someone who knows the law can convince me otherwise, but I don't buy it. Uyabona kule ndawo ye tracker.
Yeah.
I think pana sizonida expect because what I've done, uyazi ukuthi ngiphi Mosano.
I know.
I've got 2 cars there at Ntanzi.
Yeah.
There's number track. So I asked my wife to drive from home to a particular place. And then I asked her not to switch off the ignition. You see?
Yeah.
So ngathi kuye makayeke i-idlish imoto kanjalo.
Yeah.
So ngabe ngimtshela ukuthi yeke i-idlish maybe for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So at that time, I can see on my tracker where I am. After phoning.
Okay.
And then I phoned her. I told her ukuthi then she can drive to a particular place again.
Okay.
But when I went onto my logbook now, with tracker live phoning,
Yeah.
it doesn't show me Landau Abemekuyo at that time in the idly.
Okay.
Angazi ukuthi uyangizwa ukuthi ngithini.
Ngikuzwa kahle.
Mara, on this second place, I said to her, she must switch off now the ignition. And then my switcher off. After switching off, I asked her to start and go home.
Yeah.
Now, mami check a logbook. My logbook doesn't show me Landau Abemekuyo enga switchanga off.
Okay.
But it shows me the road that she was traveling. Meaning, I'm not mina angizazi lezi zinto bengisenza nje into bengizwa ithethwa ecourt. Meaning, it's true ukuthi this thing can be manipulated.
Okay.
Yeah. So same applies na lo witness manje.
Yeah.
Befanele ukuthi bangamyeki, befanele aze nento zonke la muntu.
Eish.
Aze nento zonke kwa logbooks kwa everything.
Manje court phela ayinankinga irelaxile kumnandi kunje. When it comes to that sifuna njengamanje sihluleka ukuthola ama docket la bekhuluma ngalo mfolo. Aswatholi i-court is relaxed.
I-docket, ama-logbook, ama-pocket book, everything. They must bring it, Papa. But then, even if they bring it, we need an expert because those things, if those lawyers, they don't know those things like
in particular case number 3.
Okay. They want me, Papa. Sure, Chief.
Thank you.
But when we adjourned on Thursday, the court requested us to prepare heads on the issue of the re-examination on the automatic vehicle location. We have prepared the...
Yes, you call it what? The issue of what?
On the issue of the re-examination on automatic vehicle location.
You mean the issue which arose during the re-examination?
Yes.
Yeah, which was basically when you said you want to make an application to lead Sergeant Mahono on the, you call it AVL?
Yeah, on the AVLs.
Yeah. And this, the defense is opposing that.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you then.
God, please, my Lord. We have
divided the subject matter in 5 headings. In the introduction, we give a bit of a background. Then on page 2, on page 3, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. Then on page 4, we deal with the nature of the evidence that the state seeks to re-examine the witness on. Then on page 6, we give an explanation as to why the movement report was not presented when the evidence in chief was given by the witness.
Okay.
And lastly, we deal with the interest of justice. I'm not coming to page 1, paragraph 1.1.
Yes.
We mentioned that the crisp issue at this stage of the proceedings is whether the state can be allowed to re-examine a witness by introducing the records of the automated vehicle location, what is also referred to as the movement report. Paragraph 1.2, we mentioned that insofar as may be argued that this is new evidence, the state makes a formal application to the court to be allowed to re-examine the Sergeant Mogane on the AVL records. In paragraph 1.3, we mentioned that the defense put it to Sergeant Mogane that on the 19th of June 2020, while he was transporting the accused in a Toyota Fortuner en route to Moroka police station, he took a detour and stopped at a place near a filling station, near a directional board to Alberton, where the accused was assaulted. They proceeded to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, where there were still stairs and poles, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That they thereafter proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up. Thereafter, they proceeded to an empty space at Orlando, where there were disused ATMs, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That Brigadier Gininda appeared with some documents, and the accused was forced to affix his thumbprint on them. And thereafter, they proceeded to Moroka police station to complete the process, as the accused did not affix his thumbprints on some pages. Paragraph 1.4, we submit, my lord, that these allegations are so serious that they ought to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist the court in the determination of these issues, that it is in the interest of justice that this evidence be allowed at this point in time. Paragraph 1.5, we explain, my lord, that AVL, it's a computer-based vehicle tracking system used to monitor the movement of vehicles in real time. It helps to determine and transmit the geographic location of a vehicle in real time. And we make the point, my lord, that as it were, it's an eye in the sky. Paragraph 1.6. We make the submission that the AVL records will therefore show if there was any deviation along the route to Moroka Police Station. And we, in paragraph 1.7, we mention that the AVL records are therefore a silent witness. Paragraph 1.8. We argue, my lord, that it will not be necessary to await that a witness from the trekking company should testify first, as such evidence is usually given in a form of a 212 statement. In other words, just a formal statement stating that a tracking device was installed in a particular vehicle, which provides vehicle location information, and that witness gathered or retrieved information from their system and would normally state that they attach the vehicle movement information for a particular period. And that's purely, my lord, to authenticate the movement report. And we argue here, my lord, that the Sergeant Mogane can authenticate this information as he was the driver of the vehicle in question and has testified as to the route that he followed, which is contained in the movement report, the AVL. We make the submission, my lord, that he can therefore validate the information provided in the AVL report as reliable. And we mentioned, my lord, that at this point in time, there's nothing that stops Sergeant Mogane from commenting on the movement report that we intend to re-examine him on. And we make this point, my lord, that even if it were argued that that it is hearsay evidence at this point, we refer to Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act, subsection 3 thereof, which provides that hearsay evidence may provisionally be admitted in terms of Section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at the proceedings, and provided that if the person does not later testify, then such evidence can be disregarded. And we argue here, my lord, that and we've also indicated to the defense that this witness statement will be handed up in due course. And in under point 2, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. And we quote Section 1661 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. And the heading there is cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. We mentioned that under point 1, an accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings, and the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And we put an emphasis on the following: and a witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during the cross-examination of that witness. And this is, my lord, the exercise that we're trying to embark upon. And a witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Under point 2, we mentioned that re-examination is the right which may be exercised when cross-examination is complete, as in casu, by the party who called the witness. The purpose of cross-examination is to clear up any point or misunderstanding, to correct uncertainties or wrong impressions which flowed from cross-examination, or to supplement something which did not come out fully. And here we refer to instructional procedure, the 2023 version at pages 22 to 61, as may have occurred during cross-examination. Under paragraph 3, we mentioned that re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness evidence before the court, and thereby to get to the truth. And we refer to the case of Ramolope. The citation appears there. And under paragraph 4, this is now the basis upon which the current application is premised. New matters can be canvassed only with the leave of the court, which may allow further cross-examination on the new evidence, hence the state's application. Under paragraph 5, we submit, therefore, that no prejudice will be suffered, as the defense will be allowed to further cross-examine Sergeant Mogane on the AVL records. Paragraph 6, we therefore request, with the leave of the court, to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mogane, on the AVL evidence. And, my lord, we mentioned that the evidence will only be confined to the route traveled by Sergeant Mogane on the 19th of June, so there was a typing error, should be 19 June 2020, whilst transporting accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station and thereafter to Foslores Court. Under paragraph 3, with the heading Nature of Evidence Sought to Re-examine a Witness on, we've already made the point, my lord, under paragraph 3, that AVL is computer-based vehicle tracking system. We're not going to rehash it here. Under paragraph 3.2, the defense for accused number 1 and 2 objects to this re-examination on the basis that it's new evidence. And I suppose other counsel who might also raise objection. Under paragraph 3.3, we mentioned that the state contends that it is not new evidence, that now should read not new evidence, as during cross-examination of Sergeant Mogane, the defense put it to him that he was transporting accused number 2 in a Toyota Fortuner vehicle, and whilst en route to Moroka Police Station and eventually Foslores Court, he stopped near a filling station near a directional signboard to Alberton, and that they were joined by Constable Butelezi and Mapumlo, who were driving a Nissan hardbody. That Constable Jonathan also joined them driving in his vehicle. That accused number 2, so the version goes, was then taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put in the vehicle of Constable Jonathan. That accused number 2 was then placed in the right rear seat of Constable Jonathan's vehicle, and that the late Sergeant Mabena sat at the left rear seat and Constable Buthelezi stood at the right rear door next to the accused, and that Constable Jonathan pushed the driver's seat backwards towards the knees of the accused, accused number 2, and pressed the knees very hard. It was further put to him that the late Sergeant Mabena used a silver-colored fluid plastic to suffocate the accused, whilst Constable Buthelezi was blocking accused number 2 from leaving the vehicle. Paragraph 3.4. It was put to Sergeant Mogane that from that place, they proceeded with accused number 2 to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, and all the cars then stopped at that particular place, that there were steel chairs there with steel poles, that the hands of accused number 2 were handcuffed at his back, and when they reached that place, they were taken off, and accused number 2's one hand was then handcuffed to a steel pole, and his jacket was then taken off. It was then put to the witnesses that the assault continued, and that accused number 2 was poured with water on the front part of his body, that Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW with female Sergeant Mohola and another person in braces. Accused number 2 was then electrocuted by Sergeant Mabena, Constables Buthelezi and Jonathan taking turns. That when the plastic was removed from the face of accused number 2, he was bleeding from his nose. It was put to Sergeant Mogane that he did not participate in the assault at the garage or the steel place, but that he moved away when accused number 2 was assaulted and came back and said, and we quote, Yekelan Diman, with close quotation, paragraph 3.5. It was put to the witnesses that there was then a meeting and they drove to Soweto, that Sergeant Mogane, accused number 2, and Sergeant Mabena drove into the premises of Chris Hani Baragwana Hospital, where they met Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. That Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was with his wife and a child, and he gave his car keys to his wife. That they then drove with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu to Orlando and stopped at an empty area where there were disused autoteller machines. The cars were then parked and accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and the assault continued. Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mohola and opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge. He took out certain documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu, and accused number 2 was forced to sign those documents by affixing his thumbprint. And that's from the 16th of June 2020, the accused was not 2020. The accused number 2 was not in the right state of mind because of the assault. Paragraph 3.6. It was put to Sergeant Mogane that there were pages on which the thumbprint of the accused were not affixed. Hence, they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process. As already intimated, my lord, we make the submission that these allegations are so serious that they need to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist in the determination of these issues, it is then in the interest of justice that the evidence on AVL be presented to determine if these serious allegations are true or not. And here, my lord, we're referring to the re-examination. The Sergeant Mogane be re-examined on those AVL reports. And under paragraph 4, with the heading explanation as to why the evidence was not led in evidence in chief. Paragraph 4.1, we mentioned that the AVL records were only received on Friday, 3 November 2023 at 9:47 after the evidence in chief of Sergeant Mogane had already been concluded. And we attached the email from Brigadier Gininda in this regard. And we mentioned under paragraph 4.2 that the AVL records were immediately disclosed to the defense when they came to hand. Paragraph 5, under the heading the interest of justice. Paragraph 5.1, we respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice to allow this evidence to determine if the proposition put to Sergeant Mogane that he took a detour and stopped at 3 places to allow the accused to be assaulted is true or not. Then, my lord, we refer to the case of Hepworth that has been traversed in these proceedings. 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held that criminal proceedings are not a game in which one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other, and that the duty of the trial judge is not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice was done. We also refer to the case of State versus Sheikh and others. We give the quotation there where the court held as follows. And we quote, the applicant stressed that they place their reliance on the general right to a fair trial, which, as this court has held, extends beyond those specific rights enumerated in subsection 35(3)(a) to O of the Constitution. The right to a fair trial requires a substantive rather than a formal or textual approach. It is clear also that fairness is not a one-way street, conferring an unlimited right on an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment. A fair trial also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. It has to instill confidence in the criminal justice system with the public, including those close to the accused, as well as those distressed by the audacity and horror of crime. We also refer to the multi-choice case versus the National Prosecuting Authority and another. We give the citation there. Even if this case dealt with the right of the media to access the proceedings, the comments that were made by the Supreme Court of Appeal are opposite in this matter. And we give a quotation there in paragraphs 13 to 17. Our Constitutional Court has been vocal regarding the protection of the rights to a fair trial. Indeed, any accused person who appears in a court of law facing any charge has the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial, which includes the foundational values of dignity, freedom, and equality, which are central to a fair trial. And in this regard, the Constitutional Court referred to the case of State versus Zukuza and others, where the court confirmed that the right to a fair trial is a comprehensive right and embraces a concept of substantive fairness, and that at the heart of the right to a fair criminal trial and what infuses its purpose is for justice to be done and also to be seen to be done. And we close the quotation. And we also refer to the case of Dlamini, Dada, and others, Joubert versus Kitekat, to give the citation there. This case was given in the context of bail application. However, the remarks by Judge Krichler are opposite, wherein he describes what is meant by the phrase interest of justice, and he said the following, we quote, this is a useful term denoting in broad and evocative language a value judgment of what would be fair and just to all concerned. And we close the quotation. We therefore submit, my Lord, with respect that the state be allowed to re-examine Sergeant Mogane on the AVL. I mentioned on Friday that the state may as well lead the evidence through other witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that Sergeant Mogane will then have to come back to then give his comment on such evidence. We submit that the balance of convenience at this stage in the interest of justice, my Lord, will be served if Sergeant Mogane is allowed to be re-examined on the vehicle movement report. Okay. These are our submissions, my Lord.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Mngomezulu.
My Lord, firstly, my Lord, I wish to express my apology for my non-appearance due to the circumstance that I was not feeling well to come to court.
Okay, fine.
Court, please, my Lord, may I beg leave to hand over the heads of argument for relation.
Yes, thank you.
Court, please, my Lord, the heads of argument in relation to accused number 1 and 2, because that will actually even touch the movement of Mr. Mogane in relation to accused number 2. They are structured in this manner. Introduction, it deals with the gravamen of the objection or issues. My Lord, it has been submitted. We'll submit that the application by the state to re-examine Sergeant Mogane on the evidence or on the document of an AVL does not find fairness and justice because he is not a competent expert in the field of the tracing and the tracking systems. Our heads of argument are structured as follows. Firstly, paragraph 2.1. There are two state witnesses which has testified about the escorting of Sergeant Mogane and the late Sergeant Mabena to various places. Their oral evidence was not supported by AVL records, and as such, why would it be significant to re-examine Sergeant Mogane differently from other witnesses who were escorting Sergeant Mogane and the lady, including the accused person? May I substantiate my argument in the following manner, my Lord? In this case, I would submit that the defense is relying on the submission made by the state in their heads of argument to the effect that the reason for the recalling or tendering this new evidence is based on the version of accused number 2. The case of the state, my lord, is not founded on the version of the version of accused number 2. This version is put to the witness to counter the evidence given orally by Sergeant Mogane. And my lord, this is a documentary evidence which by submission was supposed to be discovered prior to the matter being set down for hearing and during the discovery of relevant documents. On paragraph 2.2, my lord, it is contended that secondly, the nature of the AVL records requires an expert who will be able to explain the synopsis, functioning, and the recording of the AVL system. Thirdly, the state has not laid the basis of the AVL's report, and the state has not established the agent who tracked the motor vehicle or the movement of the Toyota Fortuner as from the 16th of June 2020 to the 27th of October 2020 and beyond. The role of an expert witness and the evaluation of the expert witness. An article was drawn from Tools and Trade. It's headed 3rd March 2021. The expression expert witness is ordinarily used to refer to a witness whose opinion and the reasons on which they are based are admissible in evidence in litigious, technical, and scientific nature, enables such witness to draw inference and form views in circumstances where a court or a tribunal is unable to do so reliably unless it receives an assistance or guidance from someone with expertise on the relevant subject matter or in that particular field. My lord, it is further submitted that in case it has this proposition has been supported by R. versus Vilbro and another 1957 volume 3 SA 223 AD page 228 from G to H. It was held that a party intending to call or calling a witness to give expert evidence of the kind discussed, he is required to furnish the other party with a summary of such witnesses' opinion and reasons thereof. In this case, my lord, nothing has been furnished to the other party as contemplated by or as provided in the case of R versus Vilbro. I would submit further that before we proceed, the state, after having discovered this document on the Friday, which it has already submitted, was not a reasonable time for the state to produce such a document or to discover such a document, and as such, there is no summary of such witness in leading his opinion of the records. In the case of Trainer NO versus Automobile Association and another, Judge Davis also referred the well-known South African textbook of the law of evidence, Zephyr, in Paces and Skien, the South African Law of Evidence at page 330, where the learned authors thereof, citing the English judgment of National Justice Campania, Nivera, South Africa versus Prudential Assurance Company Ltd, outlines the duties of an expert as follows. An expert evidence presented to the court should be and should be seen to be the independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to the form or content by the exigencies of litigation. In this case, my lord, I would submit with respect that Sergeant Mogane is not a neutral person in giving assistance on the evidence of this AVL recordings, on the basis that he is a team investigating this matter, and his conclusions will always be biased. May I further make a submission in terms of the above mentioned case? An expert witness should provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters with his expertise. An expert witness should never assume the role of an advocate. An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his opinion is based. He should not omit to consider the material facts which could detract from the concluded opinion. An expert witness should make it clear when a particular question or issue falls outside his expertise. In the case of MTV versus MEC Health, the Pretoria High Court once again placed the issue of expert evidence firmly in the judicial spotlight. Focus was squarely placed on the requirement for expert witness to provide the court with an objective and unbiased opinion as possible based on their expertise. What is common cause between the parties? There is a common cause between the state and the defense that the evidence to be led requires an expert evidence. Sergeant Mogane is not an expert in the AVL or recording or system, my lord. They are supposed to be records. But for investigating team in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014, submissions by counsel for accused number 1 and 2, it is submitted with due respect that the evidence of the AVL recordings does not exist in vacuum, that the kind of expert evidence requires an expert who is not biased and does have an independent and impartial conclusion and inferences. As discussed supra, the tracking agents must assist the court with expert opinion which may be admissible as evidence. The expert to which the state has not convincingly brought, the evidence to which the state has not convincingly brought its case on the admissibility or of confessions and or of pointing out, it is my humble submission that the state case on the trial, within the trial, be argued and finalized after the testimony of Brigadier Ininda. There is no law available justifying the limitation of Section 35(1) of the Constitution and Section 35(5) of the Constitution for non-compliance with the provisions of Section 217, 1A and 217, 1B, Roman figure 2, respectively. The expert evidence of any nature in these proceedings may be utilized in the main trial, and in the event the above honorable court find in favor of the state by ruling on the admissibility of the alleged confessions and pointing out. The expert evidence causes an unreasonable delay in the finalization of this trial within the trial. In conclusion, even if an expert can be called therein, there is no likelihood to assist the court drawing inferences, a reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered document or copies of the AVL records, dental reports. Furthermore, when looking at the AVL reports, it does not stipulate exact places where the said vehicle went and stopped at. My Lord, this is the summary of the case, which I would like to, I beg leave, my Lord, to supplement in this fashion. In respect of the element of prejudice, it is my submission, my Lord, that the time in which this document is intended to be introduced by the state in these proceedings on its own is irregular, and the accused persons will suffer prejudice because the basis for which this application is made is to reintroduce an evidence to rebut the version of accused number 2. Accused number 2 will still come and testify if a need arises, and the state will have an opportunity to rebut the evidence that is placed under oath by accused number 2. My Lord, it is further submitted that one must look at the reasonable time, the reasons why it was not discovered timelessly. I would reiterate in my submission by saying, if an expert witness is called, firstly, to place the authenticity of the document before this honorable court, secondly, to assist the court in drawing inferences and conclusion on the recordings, it is of pivotal importance that any submission or any evidence given by the should not be given, or should be given a preference to an independent somebody who does not investigate the matter. Hence, if Sergeant Mogane has to give evidence or his view, that view cannot hold water in terms of the admissibility of such expert or of such AVL recordings. My Lord, I would submit further before I sit that a judicial discretion is also required to be exercised when this application is brought, and to the extent that its nature, the nature of this application, must not be seen to delay the proceedings of this case. The reasons for saying that is because the state had an opportunity to investigate all the necessary information, either on factual base and on technical and scientific evidence that is purported to be used before this honorable court. And my submission further, my lord, is that it will be prudent if the court were to rule in favor of the state to recall the previous witnesses, Mr. Mapumulo and Mr. Sadike or Mr. Jonathan, so that their AVL recordings must also be brought before this court on record and must also be challenged. And furthermore, my lord, the evidence of this witness, to the extent of canvassing the logbooks and the pocket books of the witness, may also suffice in order to corroborate the evidence in which the state intends to lead this witness. Unless there's anything that your lordship wants me to address.
No, thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As we have maintained on behalf of accused number 3, we don't have any submission to make which are abide by the decision of the court.
Okay, yes, thanks. Mr. Mngomezulu?
My lord, I've prepared my heads of arguments. May I beg you to hand them to the court?
Yes.
My lord, my heads are not an objection per se, but
they're not.
They are not an objection per se, but I wish to render my services as an officer of the court.
Yes, good. I appreciate that.
I've also discussed my position with my colleagues.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will start with the introduction, where I deal with the facts. Paragraph 1. During the trial, within the trial into the admissibility of a statement made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad on the 19th of June 2020 and to the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, on the 24th of June 2020, pursuant to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the state led the evidence of Detective Sergeant Mogane, who is one of the investigation officers. 2. The evidence of this witness is to the effect that he booked out accused to on the 18th of June 2020 to conduct an interview in the boardroom that will be at Valeria police station. Subsequent to the interview, he traveled with accused number 2 following his alibi in the company of the late Detective Sergeant Mabena. The copies of the occurrence book register, open bracket, SAP 10 close bracket, in respect of the accused 2 in this exercise were submitted, entered into the record as Exhibit NN. 3. Detective Sergeant Mogane testified that on the 18th of June 2020, when they were traveling with accused number 2 to his workplace in Carltonville, Rustenburg, and back to detain accused 2 when they received a phone call from Brigadier Geninda, who informed them that they had to take accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu at Moroga police station for purposes of a statement. 4. It is common cause that they were traveling in a Toyota Fortuna with registration plate FV47LRGP, which was driven by Detective Sergeant Mogane. Detective Sergeant Mabena and the accused 2 were passengers. 5. The defense assertion is to the effect that the vehicle in which accused number 2 was traveling took various detours where accused number 2 was assaulted and tortured by various police officers and later made to sign a document, Exhibit HH, on the portions that were not signed at Moroka police station. 6. The issue for determination is whether the state can use the AVL record of the vehicle that accused who was traveling in re-examination of the witness for the first time when such was not raised under cross-examination. Under paragraph B, I deal with the applicability of law to the relevant facts. I deal with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, deals with arrested, detained, and accused persons. The provisions of Section 35(3), which deals with accused persons, provides as follows. Section 35(3). Every accused person has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right, small letter B in bracket, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, small letter I in bracket, to adduce and challenge evidence. C. The provisions of the Act, paragraph 8. The time-honored sequence of our adversarial system of cross-examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination is enshrined as far as criminal trials are concerned in Section 166(1) in bracket of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. Section 166, which deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. Subsection 1. An accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings. And the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And the witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. And the witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Close quotation. Paragraph 9. The right of a party to re-examine his or her witness is therefore a favor granted by the court. Is therefore not a favor granted by the court, but a legal right, statutory entrenched. The accused is called to testify in a criminal trial, is a witness on behalf of the defense, and is entitled to rely upon Section 166, subsection 1 in brackets. Paragraph 10. As far as the right to re-examine the witness is concerned, the operative word in Section 160, subsection 1 in bracket are of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. Paragraph 11. 2 points emerge from an analysis of the quoted words. Firstly, there is a statutory right to re-examine on any matter if it is raised during cross-examination. These words of very wide canvas, any being a word of wide and unqualified generality. See R. vs. Hugo, 1926 AD 268 at 271. Paragraph 12. Secondly, the right to re-examine a witness on any matter is only limited to the extent that it was a matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. The contextual meaning of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness cannot lead to misunderstanding. Paragraph 13. It will result in the absurdity that if any matter were raised during cross-examination in chief and the witness were cross-examined thereon, no re-examination will be permissible. This will be a denial of a time-honored rules relating to examination of witnesses acknowledged in our courts from the inception of the adversarial system. Paragraph B, the object of re-examination. At paragraph 14, generally speaking, The object of re-examination is to, small letter A in bracket, clear up any point or misunderstanding which may have occurred during cross-examination. Small letter B in bracket, to correct wrong impressions or false perceptions which may have been created in the course of cross-examination. Small letter C in bracket, to give the witness a fair opportunity to explain answers given by him under cross-examination, which if unexplained may create a wrong impression or be used to arrive at a false deduction. Small letter E in brackets, to put before the court a full picture and extent of facts elicited during cross-examination, or to give the witness an opportunity to correct patent mistakes made under cross-examination. 15. Re-examination can be and frequently is a very important mechanism for presenting a full and fair picture of the evidence of a witness and thus of arriving at the truth. Paragraph 16. After cross-examination has been concluded, the side that called the witness is given an opportunity to ask questions. This is done according to the rules which apply to re-examination in chief. Questions are limited to the field covered in cross-examination. Paragraph 17. If counsel wishes to deal with new matters that is not arising from the cross-examination, he requires the leave of the court. This is in nature of fresh examination in chief and gives the opposing party the right to cross-examine again. Paragraph 18. Re-examination is not limited to questions broached for the first time in cross-examination. In this regard, see State versus Ramalope, 1995, Volume 1, SA 616A at page 619 to 620H. Re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness's evidence before court and thereby to get the truth. This was also said at State versus Ramalope at paragraph 620, sorry, at page 620, paragraph B to C. Prejudice. Paragraph 19. With regards to the test to be applied to an application to reopen, see Osterhazen versus Stanley, 1938 AD 322 at 33, and Barclays Western Bank Limited versus Guinness, and another 1981 Volume 3 SA 91N at 95C to 96H. Paragraph 20. The consideration mentioned by the courts include the following. The reason why the evidence was not led timeously, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of the shoe, the possible prejudice on the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. In this regard, see State versus Farthan, 1999, Volume 1, SACR 481 SCA, at 486, paragraph G to 487B. Conclusion. Paragraph 21. The provisions of Section 173 of the Constitution provide that the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Court of South Africa each has the inherent power to protect and regulate their own process and to develop the common law, taking into account the interests of justice. Paragraph 22. The role of a judicial officer is central to a criminal trial. The competency and impartiality of a judicial officer are substantive matters which affect and determine the fairness, in bracket, or lack thereof, close bracket, of a trial. Where there is a demonstrable lack of either on the part of the judicial officer, it cannot be said that the accused had a fair trial. It is appropriate to refer to a well-known dictum of Carl Lewis, J.A. in R. versus Hepworth, 1928 AD 265 by 277, regarding the role of a judicial officer in criminal trials. and I quote, "A criminal trial is not a game, and a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He is only to direct and control the proceedings according to recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done." My Lord, simply, there are two issues that I raised in my heads of argument.
Yes.
One is that if the state intend to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mogane, on the document, it has to seek leave from the court. Seek leave from the court to open the re-examination. Secondly, if it decides to call Sergeant Mogane later in the evidence, it has to show that the evidence, why the evidence was not led timelessly, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of a shoe, the possible prejudice to the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. Those are my submissions.
Any response, Mr. Malloy? Oh, sorry. Mr. Mshalolo.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no submissions, my Lord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't see your head. Yes, any response?
As a court, please, my Lord, we just wish to respond to two issues raised by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yes.
Firstly, he contended that the AVL report should have been disclosed right at the outset when the rest of the statements were disclosed. My Lord, the version of the accused was only put during the trial, within the trial. Before the matter is enrolled, we only sit with confessions and pointings out. We don't know what the version of the accused is going to be. We don't know whether there's going to be a trial within a trial. So the state only became aware of what the version of the accused is during the trial within a trial. The second point relates to expect evidence, and this is stated in page I think it's page 3. In conclusion, Advocate Mngomezulu makes the point that if an expert witness can be called, there is no likelihood to assist the court in drawing inferences or reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered copies of the AVL, or well, I suppose the inclusion of dental reports was a mistake, as we're only dealing with the AVL. Fact of the matter is, Sergeant Mogane is here. He's able to comment on the AVL reports, and Advocate Mngomezulu on page 2 of his heads made the point on expert evidence, its role, and how it should be approached. And in this instance, one wonders whether one can regard AVL as expert evidence in the traditional sense of the words, because these are just a report on the movement of a vehicle. It is as it were, a fly against the wall that monitors the geographical location of a vehicle. We've indicated what the nature of a statement will be from the company that installs the device. So, it's just merely a report that helps to determine where a vehicle was at a particular point in time, And as we've indicated, my lord, Sergeant Mogane was the driver of the vehicle. He's able to tell this court as to which route they traveled. This AVL report is merely supplementary to indicate whether the evidence of Sergeant Mogane is correct or not. Thank you very much.
Thanks. What's your time there?
11:34.
Hello?
11:34.
11:34. Okay, let's go out for 15 minutes.
All right, people, I see there is an issue regarding to the AVL records. Pertaining to the AVL records, these ones can be tampered with because I discovered that they cannot be actually used in the court because they are actually not reliable because they can be tampered with. Like the voice note which we played last time, it was actually indicating that these things can be also tampered with. And the other thing is, the vehicle is the one that is using the AVL, not the people in question. So it's a problem because you will see now that the AVL cannot actually give us full details. But anyway, that's why Kumalo was actually disbanding the issue of putting in the AVL in the court proceedings. So let's just see how it's going to unfold. Earlier saying I've lost hope since Julius Malema said the Senzo Meyiwa case was cooked by police to protect the real killers. Yeah, let's just see how they are going to proceed with the AVL records. But you can't actually, the driver doesn't even know where that GPS is placed. The driver doesn't even know where the AVL is placed. So how will that person determine if that is the same vehicle in question? And the department, the detectives cannot only have one vehicle which is just like that. They had other vehicles which are similar to that. So let's just see how the AVL will go after this short break. All right, guys.
some notes concerning the ruling I must make. As crystallized by the state, sorry. The state intends applying, and it indeed has so applied, to call the evidence of Sergeant Mogane pertaining to what is related or narrated by the state as the automatic vehicle location system. The state has argued that this evidence relating to the requirements by itself to re-examine Sergeant Mogane concerning this automatic vehicle location system is not new evidence. The state argues that this evidence arises from the cross-examination and the assertions put and made against Sergeant Mogane by Mr. Mngomezulu, when he put it to Sergeant Mogane that his client was taken to various locations after having been taken from the Pretoria police station with the intention of being taken to the Boksburg court, but allegedly Sergeant Mogane, who was the driver of a vehicle identified and put to him by Mr. Mngomezulu as a Fortuner, white in color, with a hard body. And this is the vehicle which Sergeant Mogane concedes, accused number 4, was transported in. Consequently, this piece of evidence, regarding the fact that this vehicle, the Fortuner, SUV, is not new in the sense that it is interlinked to the evidence of the automatic vehicle location system, because that system forms part of the vehicle allegedly driven by Sergeant Mogane. And this is the assertion which is put by Mr. Mngomezulu, for instance, that this vehicle was driven to various locations. And during the stops at these various locations, it is also put to the sergeant that he was assaulted by, amongst others, Mabena, Jonathan, etc. And consequently, that's why this court is saying, strictly speaking, this is not new evidence, in the sense that when you talk about the automatic, the AVL system, it is part of the vehicle which was used by Sergeant Mogane and his colleagues to transport the accused to various locations with the intention of assaulting him in order to coerce him into making a confession. The other aspect which this court has to deal with is the fact that when the re-examination of the sergeant was being done by advocate for the state, he had only just finished testifying in chief and having been taken under cross-examination by Mr. Mngomezulu. In the same court, this is not a case where you find a witness testifies and is cross-examined, and allegedly the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and the witness moves out of court, goes to the Kruger National Park for a holiday or to be employed there. And after 3 months, 6 months, the state gets a brainwave to recall that witness. No, this witness is contemporaneously and instantaneously testifying in this court. When Mr. Baloyi launches an application to re-examine this witness on the system, which allegedly tracks, he says it's an eye in the sky, it tracks the movement of the vehicle. This court must start maybe with the fact that once the prosecution has decided, after gathering evidence, to prosecute a person, the constitution of this country kicks in. So too does the National Prosecuting Authority Act kicks in. And at that time, the state then is seized with presenting evidence to this court in order to prove its case against an accused person beyond a reasonable doubt. And also Section 35(5) of the Constitution kicks in, because after the accused has been charged and prosecuted, he is entitled to be given an opportunity, a full-blown opportunity, to rebut the state's case and to challenge any evidence which is adduced by the state. And don't get me wrong, there is no onus on the accused to prove his innocence. The onus reposes always on the state. So the duty of a prosecutor is to place material evidence, material relevant evidence before this court in attempting to prove its case against a particular accused. And correspondingly also, although it is not an onus on the accused has the right to place evidence before this court challenging and rebutting the evidence which was led by the state. And the accused also is entitled to adduce evidence to contradict and countervail the evidence which is led by the state. And these are interactive constitutional duties. The court, after having listened and heard the evidence adduced by both parties, this evidence obviously assists the court in ascertaining what the truth or where the truth lies. Consequently, this court must hear all the evidence, if it is available, and if it is material, and if it is relevant. In Cooper, de Toit, de Jager, Pijzer, Skien, and Van der Merwe, the commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, in relation to section 150. This is what the learned authors say regarding the reopening of a state case. And in this case, the state case is not closed. And I dare say, the state case in some instances can be closed. And the state, if there is a cogent reason and exceptional circumstances, can launch an application to reopen its case and recall evidence or further adduce evidence of a witness who never even testified in that case. If it is in the interest of justice, the SCA has held that that exigency should be allowed. But like I say here, we are not even dealing with that exigency. For instance, in the case of Joseph Molula, it's case number 074/2014. It was hit on the 18th of August. The judges were Brandt, Busielo, Zondi, Pori, and Matopo. In this case, it was already on appeal at the SCA. You can read it. It was already on appeal at the SCA when the state made an application to adduce new evidence right in the SCA after the case was argued. Now that tells you how potent the interests of justice govern our law relating to fairness and fair play. And the only debate the court had in this regard was whether the further evidence should be adduced in terms of affidavit, or the court must be remitted back to the High Court for that evidence to be heard. But the principle is, as late as that stage where, a person was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment, and it transpired that in this rape case, allegedly, the lady was infected with herpes, but the attorney who was defending the gentleman who allegedly raped her and infected her with herpes, no medical examination was conducted because of that exigency. And this case was handled by my brother Mushidi. The SCA said that exigency is so important because it's determinative of whether that person will be acquitted or not. And in fact, after this gentleman was examined, it was found that he does not have herpes. So he couldn't have had intercourse with this lady. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how far the scale goes. Sorry. So the paramount reason after the state has decided to prosecute a person is that the state must conduct such prosecution without fear, favor, or prejudice. That is the duty which is imposed on Mr. Baloyi. And that the state should not take improper shortcuts in the presentation of the case for the state, and that proper evidence must be made available. Proper real evidence should also be produced, because the prosecutor is enjoined to act with objectivity and he's enjoined to protect the public interest and must purposefully take all the reasonable steps to ensure maximum compliance with the constitutional obligations, because a prosecutor has an obligation to ensure that an accused's right to a fair trial is protected. And this is so because of our constitutional adversarial criminal law justice system. Consequently, the prosecutor must carry out his professional functions with a discretion, and his decisions must be taken judiciously, impartially, and objectively. Consequently, I now address the question whether this evidence relating to a report of the AVL system should have been furnished to the counsels, consequently the accused, at the inception of the trial. But Mr. Baloyi says this evidence only surfaced when Mr. Sergeant Mogane was being cross-examined, because it was only then that the version of accused number two was being put to Sergeant Mogane. Namely that he was taken to various avenues and locations and assaulted, meaning that this Peugeot, this Fortuna SUV, traversed various locations, and consequently the state apparently is in a position to countervail that evidence, because at this stage there are two versions before this court. Sergeant Mogane is not himself only. Jonathan, all the police denied that accused number two was assaulted by them. And number two is adamant that he was assaulted. They actually told him, is he still alive? That's how murderous they had assaulted him, this police. And you know, this case has got to do with reputational damage. Two senior police officers, Mbodlo, who allegedly took one of the confessions, and Rapadu, who allegedly took the other confessions, they are alleged by accused number two to have been instrumental in orchestrating what Mr. Mngomezulu calls a severe assault and a severe torture of accused number four in order to extract a confession from him. These are senior police officers. This court has a duty, if constitutional rights of an accused person are being transgressed, to refer that exigency to the relevant authorities. Consequently, that is why this court must have access to all the evidence in order to traverse all the evidence objectively. I've got a case here which was conducted by Ronald Sutherland, the Deputy Judge President of the Transvaal. Where he states that if it comes to the notice of an investigating officer during his or her investigations relating to forensic or scientific analysis of real evidence, that police officer must immediately inform the prosecutor about that exigency. And he says this is so because the investigating officer is in a special representative position vis-a-vis the prosecution because he assists as an investigating officer the prosecutor to prepare the case and to prepare the evidence. And in this case, for instance, the learned judge says, because of that exigency and because the versions which are disclosed by accused persons for the first time happened during cross-examination. And if the state wishes to pursue that aspect of evidence, because the state requires amplification or clarity or clarification or qualification or simply an explanation, those matters need to be followed up, and if needs be, postponements should be sought to investigate the correctness or otherwise of the facts underlying the testimony in question. And it may well be that such a practice is not attainable in every case because of logistical restraints. But because persons could be convicted because of the charges they face, and they could be sent to drastic terms of sanctions following the conviction, it follows that the investigating officer ought to be mandated in terms of standard prosecutorial and police procedures to investigate further. See in this regard the case of S versus Sibofi, 2015, 2, SACR 179, GJ at 169. As I say, the judge was Sutherland. It was an appeal case. He was sitting with Justice Opperman. So in other words, there is no definite time when you say the state can no longer investigate. I just shown you proof that even when the matter is before the SCA is being argued, if there is a necessity to investigate a certain exigency which may have a bearing on the outcome of the appeal court says, in the interest of justice, that case must be remitted back. That additional evidence must be traversed. So in this case, it is unfair. Actually, the law doesn't even countenance it. It is unfair to accuse Mr. Baloyi of having dragged his feet and not having, as Mr. Mngomezulu states, made it a point that he investigates before charging the accused. No. As late as when Mahano was being exposed to those assertions that they took the accused to various locations and assaulted him, if the state comes across evidence, and I'm not arguing the state's case, which evidence may throw light as to whether that exigency exists or not, the court is bound and obligated and enjoined to hear that evidence. But here I hear Mr. Mngomezulu say, no, don't investigate. Don't listen to that evidence. I'm listening to the same case. He says, no, mustn't listen to that evidence. Really? Is that evidence relevant? Is that evidence pertinent? Is that evidence going to enable the court to reach to the truth of what happened in the exigency which is denied by this witness, Mr. Sergeant Mogane, and which is insisted upon by accused number 4? Consequently, the adversarial and accusatorial nature of criminal trials in South Africa demand that parties should, as far as possible, be given equal opportunities in the presentation of their cases. As I said, the state must be accorded all the opportunity to call and adduce relevant material to prove the owners reposing on it beyond reasonable doubt, and the accused should also be accorded a full opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal of the case against him and to challenge any evidence which is so presented. See in this regard the case of S versus Mpeta, 1983, 1 SA 492 C at 494 A to C. And see also the case of Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng, Pretoria versus Makubelo, case number A91/2014, decided on the 6th of August 2014. And this is so because prosecutors are not practitioners who represent clients, but prosecutors are public officers who should assist the court in ascertaining the truth. And to enable the court to see that justice is done, the prosecutor is expected at all times to act in a manner which is responsible and fair to the accused, and to be open and candid to the court. Consequently, he's going to present and place all the material before this court, as Mr. Baloyi is attempting to do. He says there's evidence which, according to him, if this court can hear, it may find that it is relevant. I don't know if that evidence is relevant or not. And the prosecutor's duty, unlike that of a defense counsel, his primary duty is to assist the court in ascertaining the truth. See in this regard S versus Razini versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Western Cape, 2009-1, SACR 540C at 549H to 550A. And see also the case which has been quoted by Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Baloyi, as versus Ramalope, 1995-1, SACR 297, Orange Free State. And also C versus Sabisa, 1993-2, SACR 52-5, Transkei. And see also S versus Goma and others, 2, 1994-2, SACR 182C. But critically, this is what the tweet says. And I appreciate the various counsel quoting me section 166 regarding cross-examination and re-examination. But this is what the tweet says. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the close of the defense case should be limited to the situation when new matters is introduced which the state could not foresee. That's the law in South Africa. I'll repeat it. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the state has closed, after the close of the defense case should be limited to a situation where new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. An inflexible rule of this sort would hamper the exercise of the judicial officer's discretion. They say I mustn't listen to the evidence. It's an injunction. Each case depends on the facts and the guidelines mentioned in the judicial case, and the new evidence may be allowed without injustice to the accused. Even here, where's the injustice if this court listens to the evidence of the AWVL system? Where's the prejudice to Mr. Ntanzi? Where is it? I don't know what the evidence is going to be. But the state submits that if need be, the manufacturers of that system will be called to come and give evidence in explaining the mechanism of that system. And by the way, the accused, through their counsels, are entitled to cross-examine that witness who's going to testify on the efficacy and the utilization of that AVLW machine. So there's no prejudice in hearing that evidence. I take note of what Mr. Mngomezulu says about the evidence of an expert. I'm aware of the cases. And also, I take a judicial notice of what the former president of the SCA, Mpati, said about expert knowledge. He says it's not only acquired from going to university and reading tomes and tomes of books. Sometimes through physical and objective environment of working in a particular workplace for some time, one acquires expert evidence sometimes. You can quote the case of Dr. Barnett, 1968, when he transplanted a heart as the first surgeon in South Africa to do so. He was assisted by a black gentleman, I just forget the name of that gentleman, who actually taught him how to operate. Never went to school, that Xhosa gentleman. And he was acknowledged as an expert in anatomy of the heart. You are aware of that history, Mr. Mngomezulu?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not? Were you born then? 1968, says Barnett. So Mpati is referring to that. To say, no, you don't have to study necessarily to acquire expert knowledge. You can acquire same by being in the environment. Okay, so in the case of S versus Fulton, 1999, 1 SACR, 481 SCA, it is also quoted by my learned colleague here, Ngumalo. Conditions mentioned by courts as guidelines include the following: the reasons why the evidence was not led previously. Because in this case, apparently, Mr. Baloyi says it was only discovered when the version of accused number 2 was put to Sergeant Mogane. The degree of the relevance of the evidence. This evidence is relevant to this court because it involves, allegedly, through the version of accused number 4, senior officers, colonels, abusing their position and infracting on the constitutional rights of accused number 2 by assaulting him viciously. So that is the relevance of that evidence. Because I will have forensic, scientific evidence of a machine, not a human being. And I'm sure a machine is not biased. I've heard everything, but I've never heard of a biased machine. So, it is relevant. And the reasons why the evidence was not led previously, as explained by Mr. Baloyi, is that it was just found recently, and also the possible prejudice to the other party such as the fact that a rebutting witness may no longer be available. Mr. Ntanzi, accused number 2, is available to rebut that evidence. The stage at which the proceedings have reached, we are in a trial within a trial. And the general need for finality. See also the case of Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965, 1 SA 614A. I think I have it here. I'll take it for you. Yeah. Yeah, this is a civil case, which is relevant if you want the citation so that you can check it out. It's Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965. 1 All South Africa Law Report 603A. It was hit on the 24th of November, 1964, before appeal judges Van Blerk, Ogilvy, Thompson, Rumpf, Holmes, and Williamson. It also dealt with the exigency when can one reopen a case and what are the consequences if you do so. Sorry, let's check. Yes, consequently then, using my judicial discretion as enunciated in section 197 and the notes under the commentary on Criminal Procedure Act. This is what it is said. A judge has a discretion to exclude cross-examination even if it should be technically permissible in terms of section 197. If it would unduly prejudice the accused. But in this case, the accused is not being prejudiced. But here they say, if the cross-examination or the re-examination of that witness, which is intended to be called by Mr. Bloy, is going to be prejudicial to the case, to the fair case standard, which our Constitution insists on, then this court should exclude it. And they say the exercise of this discretion may be appropriate where the prosecution, as opposed to a co-accused, seeks to cross-examine the accused in terms of subsection B. And then they refer us to the case of State versus Mazibuko and others, 3 SA 190A at 197, where it was said that no discretion is conferred by the language of section 197B, and that there is a considerable body of authority which supports the view that a court which relates to the prohibition or to restrict such cross-examination on grounds of irrelevancy at all. But here, this evidence is relevant. Like I say, it's interlinked to the evidence which was given by Mogane, and it is also interlinked to the assertion which were put to this witness that that vehicle traversed certain locations, and that vehicle facilitated the assault on accused number 4, because it took him to Tembisa, Orlando, Alberton, Paraguanas, everywhere. So that the cogency of that evidence, I believe, can assist this court in establishing the truth. And they say if the evidence is relevant, then it operates as a legal rule. Although of necessity, it has to be very flexible, and it's not to be subjected to further vagaries of a judicial discretion. I've quoted all the authorities. I don't have to read them. But the primary principle here is it in the interest of justice to allow that evidence to be hid? Is that evidence which Mr. Mngomezulu says I shouldn't hear, is it relevant in this case? On both accounts, I find that it is, and consequently the state is allowed to lead that evidence. Okay.
Indaba belimayelana-ke nobufakazi umbuso ofisa ukuthi ubethule ubufakazi bokuthi le moto ekuthiwa-ke uSergeant Mogane naye avumayo ukuthi yayishayelwa uyena ngaleliya langa ekuyifortuna emhlophe, ukuthi-ke kuletha ubufakazi obutshengisayo nanjengoba kuneyinsolo eyibuya kuyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi le moto lena yahamba indawo eziningi kunala eyema khona, yahamba yaya ngase-Orlando ila ashaywa khona, kwahanjwa kwayiwa futhi naseBaragwana la ekwathola khona uSergeant Raphato. Inkantolo-ke ithi-ke manje uma kubhekwa-ke okuningi-ke noma-ke ibheka amacala amaningi-ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani-ke ukuthi ingabuvumela noma ingabuvumeli yini lobo bufakazi. Okokuqala kusho ukuthi akusibona ubufakazi obusha lobo, ukuthi lo bufakazi bothulwe noma buze ungathi ummeli kaMsola wokuqala nowesibili yena-ke u-advocate Mngomezulu uma ebuza lo bufakazi uyena-ke owethule noma owelethe lobo bufakazi, nokuthi kungani umbuso ekuqaleni ungabuvezanga lo bufakazi. Umbuso uphenduleleke ngokuthi bona-ke bebengazi ukuthi umsolo wesibili uzoyiphendulela athini-ke kungenkathi ufakazi lona-ke esethula ubufakazi bakhe la khona-ke bezozwa khona ukuthi uphendulela athini, nokuthi futhi-ke lo bufakazi babuthole ngeyi-3 zikaNovemba, kwakungolesihlanu ngeyi-3 zikaNovemba, ngathi-ke buthunyelwa uyena umphenyi oyinhloko kuleli cala uBrigadier uGininda. Yilapho-ke asengidlulisela lokhona lobo bufakazi ebudlulisela kubona-ke abameli. Lo bufakazi ekhulunywa ngabo-ke ubufakazi be-AVL athi umshushisi futhi uma iphendulela-ke ukuthi ubufakazi obungasiza le nkantolo kule yinsolo eyilethwa uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi washaywa le moto yaphuma emzileni la ekwakufanele ukuthi ihambe khona yase iya kwezinye indawo la ashaywe khona-ke. Uthi lo bufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza le nkantolo ukuthi ngempela ibone ukuthi cha la ekwakumele ihambe khona le moto lena yaqezwa-ke yaphumela eceleni, yila-ke manje esekungashiwo khona-ke ukuthi insolo zakhe umsolo wesibili ngempela-ke ziyaphatheka-ke nokuthi ziyiqiniso-ke. Ekugcineni-ke inkantolo ithi uma isiwafundile-ke wonke amacala lana-ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani lo bufakazi bungamukelwa noma bungamukelwa, ukuthi ngempela ukuthi abusibone ubufakazi obusha lobu, nokuthi ukhona umnumzana uNtanzi ula enkantolo uzoba nalo ithuba lokuthi aphikisane nakona lokho. Ekugcineni-ke inkantolo ukuthi lo bufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza le nkantolo ukuthi ifinyelele kwiqiniso futhi nokuthi ke futhi ke imfuno noma ke idingo zobulungiswa ke ziyakuvumela ke ukuthi lobufakazi lokhu inkantolo ingabulalela ngoba izofinyelela kanjani kwisinqumo ekuyisona ingekuzwanga ubufakazi okumayela nokuthi le moto lena yahamba kuphi nendawo ngaleli langa. Ngokusho kanjalo ke umehluleli uthatha isinqumo nomfikele kwesinqumo sokuthi lobufakazi lobu bekuthiwa be-AVL abethulweke la kuzokuthi wonke umuntu abone ezwe khona ukuthi le moto yahamba kuphi ngalelo langa lelo.
Yale Sergeant botlhatsi bola ba lena jwalo ka ga ile gore motšhotšhisi le ba boleledi ba ba latofatswa bona be bantse ba bolela ka bona gore bona ba dumela gore mo botlhatsi bo ba lena bo amogelwe go ba botlhatsi ba lena bo ska amogelwa. Ntate Baloi yena Mamotlhafurugo o yeme a fitla a khopela a phaphata go goro gore botlhatsi ba lena bo amogelwe bo tle bo kgone go theletswa ka lebaka la gore botlatla bo thusha mo molatong woke ye leng gore Ntate Mngomezulu irile ga emelela yena a re a wa botlhatsi bo ga bo tlo thusha ka selo gape go tlo nyaka le gore go bitswe le ditlhatsi tse dingtsela tse leng gore di bese di fane ka botlhatsi ba tsona go tshwana le bo Mapena le bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe gore le bona batle ba boye ba tlo fana ka botlhatsi gore ke nnete ba sepetse le lena le sepetse tsona dilo tse fapafapaneng tse leng gore go bolelwa ka tsona mo molatong woke ge le gore lena botlhatsi ba lena bo tlo swanela gore bo theletswe gape bona bo Mngomezulu ba re ke botlhatsi bo eleng gore ke bo boswa bo eleng gore ga bo tlo thusha kgoro ka selo ka lebaka la gore lena botlhatsi bo ga se le bolele ka bona ge be le fana ka botlhatsi ba lena mathomong e fela Ntate Baloi irile le yena ga emelela a se a khopela kgoro o ile re ga se botlhatsi bo boswa ka lebaka la gore bo tlile ka moraga gore bona bo molatofatswa ba bobedi e be bona ba eleng gore ba le butša dipotšišo tšeo di feletše le gore di dira gore lena le arabele ka tsona ditaba tša gore koloi ya lena ile ya tswa tseleng goba ga se nke e tswe tseleng jwalo ka ga bentše lena le ilo dira mošomo wa lena kana letšatši leuwe ke mo e leng gore kgoro jwatše e rile ge re boya ka moraga gore kgoro e setse e be e rile re tšea nakonyana kgoro e re ge ke tsopola kgoro yona e re botlhatsi bo ba lena ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo botlhokwa gape ga se botlhatsi bo boswa jwalo ka ga e le gore ke dilo tše e leng gore di botšišitšwe mo kgorong yona e ga se gore lena le ile la sepela la ilo šoma tulotshoko mo e leng gore mohlomong lena le ile la ilo šoma ntouweng parking yela Kruger National Park mo e leng gore e rile ge le boya ye be le gore le nyaka go botšišwa dipotšišo tšeue gape kgoro e re go molato o mongwe e leng gore o fetile go na le mo be setse molato o leng Supreme Court of Appeal mo be motšhotšhisi a ileng a kgopela gore ke kgopela go bitša tlhatsi goba ke kgopela go bontšha botlhatsi bo bong bo boswa ke mo e leng gore kgoro yela ya Supreme Court of Appeal ile ya re e re theletše gore botlhatsi bo bo boswa bo reng ke mo e leng gore go molato ola motho ola o feleditše a bonwa a se molato ka moraga gore go theleditše botlhatsi bola bo boswa gane jwale botlhatsi bo kgoro e re ga se bo boswa jwatše bona ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo ka thuša go molato woke ntho ya mafelelo e kgoro e bolelang e re botlhatsi bo yona ya dumela gore lena le ka tšwela pele motšhotšhisa le botše dipotšišo ka bona lena le tšwele pele le arabe gore molato o tle o kgone gore botlhatsi bo fele ya be le gore molato o tšwelela pele. As the court pleases, thank you my lord.
Thank you. Yes Mr. Baloi.
Please, my lord. By the way, the gentleman who assisted Professor Barnard was one Mr. Hamilton Naki.
Yeah, Naki, yeah.
Yes, he was a lab assistant. He didn't have formal education, but he had amazing surgical skills, and he was teaching medical students, physicians. Yes.
Yeah. We knew that, Mr. Ngoma. Sport. Yeah, he was an amazing gentleman, amazing. You know, the structure of a heart. I took human beings over 2,500 years since the Romans first had an operation and the Greeks, for a guy to take out somebody's heart and replace it. And here's a guy from Etigeni can do that.
Okay.
state will be leading evidence on the movement report, which has been marked Exhibit MM2.
MM2.
Yes, and it will only be, my lord, for the 9th, as mentioned, will be confined to the 19th of June 2020. I'm told by Advocate Mngomezulu that he wants to play something on
record. Okay, yes, Mr. Mngomezulu.
My lord, I've indicated to my colleague that I would actually note that I'll bring an application for a special entry.
Yeah, fine.
To be made, not at this time, my lord, as I've indicated. I requested that this application should be brought after the evidence of the investigating officer, Brigadier Kenenda.
Okay, fine.
The court pleases. My lord, further, I don't dictate what the state has, what type of evidence they need to lead in respect of this document. But we are finished with 2 copies. And the incident relating to the assault, as the court has mentioned in the judgment, relates in other days that the state is not intending to produce in one of these bundles that we were given. So I was given 2 bundles marked MM2, but the other one is reduced from the date of the 19th, and the version that I put to this witness starts from the 16th, and
so you want the bundle to start
bundles to be,
they must start from the 16th?
From the 16th, my lord.
Yes, okay. Mr. Baloyi.
Court, please. As the court, please, we can make that, but as the state indicated that we...
What's that?
We can do that, but we are of the view that the issues that are in dispute at this stage relate to the 19th of June 2020, my lord, and the...
Wait, yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Where do you have the record of the 16th?
Yes, it starts
where?
on the 4th of June. It's a whole book, my lord. That
it starts on the?
Starts on the 1st of June.
1st of June.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mngomezulu, you say you want it as from the 16th. You don't want the whole book. Maybe he should give you the whole book.
Not, because I believe this is the bundle that consists of the dates during the 16th of June. It's marked MM2.
Yeah, MM2.
Yes, my lord. We'll focus mainly on the
16th.
From the 16th onward. Because our version starts from the 16th.
So, Mr. Baloyi, why don't you provide your colleague with the bundle as from the 16th, as it says?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can do that, my lord. As I say, the bundle that we have starts... In fact, I think we've already provided them with that document.
Which document is it?
The one that starts from
the 16th.
That covers the dates on that my learned friend is referring to.
What is the problem? Don't you have the document that starts from the 16th?
Yes.
You have it?
Yes, we do have it, my lord.
Yeah, give it to him.
We will do that, my lord. But as I said,
but he wants it before we start. Is that so, sir?
I recently got this document for the 16th.
Yeah. So
yes. But now, according to the submission by the state, they intend to lead evidence from the 19th. And according to the version that we have put to the witness,
starts on the 16th.
It starts from the 16th. What is of crucial importance, the 17 hours that we alleged was the time in which he was subjected to torture.
Yes.
It's on the 18th, preceding the 19th. So we say the state cannot start.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
As a court, please, for the sake of completion, so we have a document that starts from the 1st of June if it's in order with my learned friends, we can hand up these documents. It starts from the 1st of June and goes all the way up to the 24th of June.
Is that okay?
Yeah, looks like they're happy with it, my lord. We'll
Yeah,
then,
hand it over so that
we'll then ask permission to hand up, it still remains exhibit MM2.
starting from the 1st of June.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And this document, my lord, that we've just handed up as exhibit MM2 consists of 43 pages. We've numbered them. Pages 1 up to page 43.
Okay.
Page 1 covers the 1st of June, 2020. And page 11 covers the 5th of June, 2020. Then page 14 covers the 16th of June, 2020.
14.
No, 16 June,
Yeah.
page 14, yes.
40.
1-4.
1-4. Okay.
Then page 24 covers the 18th of June, 2020.
18th of June.
Yes. 18th, 1-8. So.
On 8.
Then page 32 covers the 19th of June, 2020. This is the page that the state will be canvassing, 19 June 2020. Then the last page, page 43 covers part of the 24th of June.
Page 43.
Yes, page 43, 24 June.
24 June.
But that will not be helpful as this vehicle was not used on that particular day. A different vehicle was used, not the Fortuner.
Yeah.
Maybe on that note, Malotas, it's time for the long adjournment.
Oh, that's
Can we then take the long adjournment?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's adjourn.
Okay, guys, what do you see pertaining to this case? What do you see? What's your take over this case? I have a voice note here from somebody. I just want to play the voice note, and I will also play something that I received from Nonchalant. She sent me something. I'm going to play it now, but let me just play this voice note quickly so that we can actually hear what our learned friend is actually saying pertaining to this matter. Let's just hear what.
Yeah, good afternoon, team. Good afternoon, team. On this judgment, my comment is the Mngomezulu, the company, they didn't argue enough. Because i-state ibingakwazi ukuthi uzoziphendulela yathini uNtanzi. Untanzi's vision always there before lay witness. That state why bengayifakanga leyo point ukuthi no i-state besikwazi ukuthi i-vision kaNtanzi ithini before lumfaka that iloze ngestand so ngathi i-state sesithi sona besingakwazi ukuthi uzosiphendula athini uNtanzi while isti bona bebeyazi i-vision kaNtanzi ibikhona since day one iloze ne-vision kaNtanzi kubo Jonas wayibeka futhi same vision. So why kanti uloze Mngomezulu benga-argue le matter? Hayi bo.
48, which is the reason why I actually said, let us start with photo number 38. That description that you gave came out of your own volition. The prosecutor never said, in respect of photo number 48, never said, can you then please describe what you are seeing in photo number 48? Out of your own volition, you said, photo number 48, this is what and what and what and what I see. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do understand.
Then why are you then?
Ngiyakuzwa ke futhi kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngiyiphendulela noma ngiyikhulumele mina engangibuzanga abemshushisi kwaba yimina oyichazelayo ukuthi ngibonane ku photo 48.
Then why are you saying it is the prosecutor in photo number 48 who requested you to describe the person that you're seeing on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the photo?
He has been doing the same thing with other photos. He wanted me to do the same with the rest of the photos.
Bekuyinto ebekade yenza ngezinye izithombe ngakho ke ebefisa noma ebefuna ke ukuthi ngazo zonke izithombe ngichaze ngaleyo ndlela.
So he has always been saying to you, can you please describe the person that you're seeing on the right-hand side of the photo?
Not always. I was advised to do so by him.
Abengasukuthi njalo nje kodwa ke indlela ke angiceleke noma athe angenze ngayo.
What did he say we should do, sir?
I don't know. What is counsel aiming at? What is the purpose of this line of, without interfering with his cross-examination? What is the point that counsel is trying to make, with the greatest of respect?
Yes, sir. As it please the court, my lord. I'm not so sure whether I need to say or answer the question about what is the purpose that I hope to achieve with this cross-examination. It's about credibility. I'm well positioned to ask this witness on the evidence that is a standard in order to test his credibility. I'm not so sure whether I need to proceed.
No, proceed.
As it please the court. Is that what my colleague, Advocate Baloyi, said? That you should always describe the person who's appearing on the right-hand side of the photo?
Not the person.
My colleague was in court. If there's anything that he wants to put, he can put to the witness. I don't know why should he inquire from the witness how the state led the witness. If he wants to put a version, by all means let him do so. But what is the purpose of him asking the witness to regurgitate how the state was leading him? Well, he says it's a question of credibility.
Sir, let me clarify this. In your answer, you are saying it is the prosecutor who has always been requesting you to describe the person who's on the right-hand side of the photo, not so? That's your answer, not so?
Wena kwimpendulo yakho konikezile ukuthi indlela yakho umshushisi asho ngayo kwenako ukuthi hlala nje njalo uchaza umuntu lona ke okwisandla sakho sokudla esithombeni.
That's true.
Kuyiqiniso lokho.
Now the question is, did he say that you should describe the person who's on the right-hand side of the photo in all the photos that you have just described?
Not only the person on the right, some are on the left, some in the middle. Yes, he has always been asking me to describe the same person.
Akusuke ukuthi-ke umuntu okusandla sakho sokudlala ngesikhathi ukusandla sakho kunxele noma uma phakathi kwendawo uma phakathi nendawo kodwa-ke bengicela nje ukuthi ngichaze umuntu oyedwa.
Thank you. Unfortunately.
it's 2020 of 6/29.
02/24/20.
And the time it's 02/24/20.
Bese kuthi ke i-date ilena ke la nge-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-24 emva ko-2 nama-seconds awu-20.
So on page 34, are you on page 34?
Yeah.
Page 34, the third entry from the top.
Page 34 ya boraro go tlogella godimo.
Okay.
The time there.
Nako e reng?
2020 of 6/19 2:30.
It says
1:36.
2020 of 6/19 2:30.36 man.
I-date ke i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi u-02:30:36 ama-seconds.
Yes.
Status ignition off.
And the status, it shows that the ignition was off.
Nakusho ukuthi imoto yayingadumi noma awudumi.
Speed 0.
The speed is 0.
Speed is 0.
Odo 0.
Odo is 0 as well.
Odo is 0 futhi.
Near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
And that was near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North in Pretoria.
Chaza ke la ukuthi kuseduze nase-Emily Hope House Avenue ePretoria North.
Yes. The other question was, where is the police station situated?
Puchisho be ile gore police station yela yona e mo kae?
E mo gara ka e lo wa mara because ina le the entrance shepherd.
It would be in between, my lord, because it has two entrances.
Kusho ukuthi i-police station ake izoba phakathi nendawo ke ngoba kuney'ndawo ezimbili la ongena khona.
Emily Street le Benfell.
It's between Emily Street and Belfellune.
Phakathi ke kwale itrata lezi ke i-Emily kanye nayo i-Benfellune.
Yes. If I can ask you to refer to exhibit MM, page 7 there.
Bare gona go botlhatsi bo we ba MM page ya bo shupa.
It's already on record, but just put it on record again.
Bare SJ le gona lena le kae bala gape.
Which the rifle mo.
Which one are you referring to?
The one at 2:30.
Bare ye ya 2:30.
Friday 2026/19. Serial number 531.
Ithi ke ngolesihlanu nge-19 zika June 2020 serial number. Can you repeat serial number?
Serial number 531.
531 is serial number.
Napo 2:30.
And the time it's 2:30.
Isikhathi ke u-2:30.
Investigation back.
And the investigation back.
Buya ke lona uphenyo.
Detective Sergeant Mogane of National Cold Case Unit booked back one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018. Mogane Ntanzi. SAP 14 6406/20. SAP 14A.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Show me that. Let me to go back. Lana ke okubhaliwe ke ukuthi uyena uDetective Sergeant Mogane okwayo ke iNational Cold Case Unit ubuyisa ke umuntu wesilisa oyedwa umsolwa kwicala ke lokubulala lakwaNongoma ucase 16310 2018 uBongani Ntanzi igama.
And where did you come back from? Just put that on record again.
Lebe buya le
Where were you returning from?
Lebe buya le jwa kae?
Carltonville.
I remember we were coming from Carltonville, my lord.
Khumbula ukuthi masibuya ke sasibuya khona eCarltonville.
Yes, and can you just place the next entry? It's 0450.
Yeah, 0450.
Okay, you never like I said,
You can start on exhibit MM.
MM.
Okay. Serial number.
This one ends with 235, man.
Yes, after that one of 235. The next one.
Barakamu ga yela ya 235. Ya o latela yona e reng.
It's
Entry
534.
Yeah. Serial number 534. 450.
The serial number is 534 and the time is 4:50.
Serial number ke lana u534 isikhathi ke u450.
It is not transferred.
And it shows the prisoner transferred.
Ukuthi ke usiboshwa ke sathi sindluliswa.
Detective Sergeant Mogane of National Cold Case Unit with one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 6/2018.
Ukuthi ke yena Detective Sergeant Mogane ebuyisa umsola oyedwa ke umuntu wesilisa cala ke lokubulala kaNongoma.
Bongani Ntanzi.
Bongani Ntanzi.
Cell 64/06/2020.
Cell 64/06/2020.
SAP 14A 51266765.
Okay, SAP 14A. Let me repeat that, please. Sergeant, SAP 14A.
S1266 765.
765.
S1266765.
Okay, S1266765. Sorry for that.
Yes.
Transferred to Fossolaras Court without any injury or complaint. Correctly transferred Kasaina.
And after having correctly transferred, I signed.
Wasendluliselwa ke eFossolaras ke kungekho ke la akhala ngako noma ukulimala okukhona ngase ngiyasayinda ke emuva kwalokho.
Can I then ask you to turn to the AVL Exhibit MM2, page 34?
Barle gona ka mo page 34 mo benjer le gona. Yes, I am there, my lord.
The sixth entry there at the top in the middle of the page.
Bare ya botsela dimo go tloga paging ya mogare.
Can you just place that on record?
Ye ka godimo. The one on top, my lord.
Yes.
You're counting from the top, 6 down.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, keep woman.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Yes.
Should I
No,
start?
no, just the time. Is it correct? Is the same vehicle?
Barna ko kiona ko lo yele eventually. Yes, it is the same vehicle, my lord.
Yes, at 0502, just place those particulars on record.
Le ka bolela ka na ka yana e we ya 0502.
Okay. 2026-19-0502 driving.
It shows 2020-06-19 0502 driving.
Lana ke ichaza ilanga ukuthi 19 June 2020 isikhathi nje 2 emuva ko5 iyahamba.
Number 210.
And the time was 2:10.
Yes, just place the entire time on record.
Ilokeleng kamoka. Nako eo.
2 double
hour nako.
Number. Okay, 2026-19 0502. Okay, sorry. 10 double dot 10.
It's 2020-06-19 and the time there is 0:02 and 10 seconds.
Isikhathi ke ukuthi 2020 unyaka 19 zika June 502 namanjana nje ayishumi.
Status driving.
And the status, it shows that the vehicle is driving.
Nokuthi imoto yayihamba.
Speed 10.
Driving at a speed of 10.
Swinini kwaku 10.
Order 0.
The order is 0.
Order 10.
Location near Belfast Street, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
And it was driving near Belfast Street in Pretoria.
And just for record,
Ukuthi ke nendawo eduze ne Belfast Street, Pretoria North Pretoria.
And just for record purposes, who was driving the vehicle?
Ke mang o be a
on this
reile
day?
koloi eo?
We drive again na.
It was driven by myself.
Mina owayeshayela imoto leyo.
Just for record purposes, just put the time when you arrive at the police station.
Nke le re botse ka nako e be le fitlha police station
The
ka
second
yona.
line there.
Mo
in the-
thaladi wa go latela wa bobedi.
Just 4 lines above where you were reading.
Ya bone go tloga mo be le bala gona.
1, 2.
E leng ya bobedi. Nke re be le bala ya botshela.
Yeah.
Na pile ge le ya godimo.
2, 3, 4.
Eh.
Here 2020-06-19.
It says 2020-06-19.
Okoyi 19 zika June 2020.
Nako 4.50.118.
And the time was 4:50.18 seconds.
Nokuthi ke isikhathi ke kwaku 450 nanjana awu 80.
And the location?
Location ya gona e reng?
Near General Divet Street, Pretoria.
And
North.
it is near General Divet Street in Pretoria North.
Eduze ke kwestrata iGeneral Development ePretoria North ePretoria.
Just in terms of exhibit MM2, when you were driving off at 0502 on the 19th of June 2020, where were you headed to?
Ge be le reila le kgwetša ka 0502 moye ya botshelela lena le be le reila le yabe.
Area Phosphorus Court.
We were going to Phosphorus Court.
Lana ke ethi khona 0502 le ifundiwe kuqala ke uma sisuka ke lapho sasihamba siya enkantolo eFosforus.
He has to do what?
Le be le yo diang.
Berisha Muswari wa court.
We were taking the accused to court.
Yes, which accused?
Motshwari
Accused
wa
number 2 Bongani Ntanzi.
accused number 2 Bongane Ntanzi.
Asihambisa ke umsolo wake ngalelo langa ngihambisa ngimisa enkantolo yena ke umsolo wesibili ubongani Ntanzi.
Can you just maybe focus on the location, put on record how you drove?
Nke le lebelleng mola mo location le re botse gore lena le kgweditše jwang.
Ke rile go tloga police station la tsepela ka Benfield Street, Pretoria North.
From the police station, my lord, we used Benfenuyun Street, Pretoria North.
Masiphuma ke khona ke epolice station sahamba ke sisebenzisa yona iBenfield Street.
Ratsana ka Rachel de Beer Street, Pretoria North.
And we went into Rachel de Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Sangena ke le street esibhalwe lana iRachel de Beer Street ePretoria North.
Ratsana ka M1 Road, Pretoria North.
From there we went into M1 North, Pretoria North.
Sasa singena ke le silandelayo iM1 ePretoria North.
Rasepela ka yona M1 Road, Pretoria North officially Richa Eskiam Pachel Drive, Mayville, Pretoria.
We proceeded with M1 Road, Pretoria North, until we took Eskia Mphahlele Drive.
Jeresepela ka Eskia.
Sasa sihamba ngayo ke iM1 leyo ke saze sayofika ke eSkiam Phahlele Drive Mayville ePretoria.
Century Siresepela ka Eskiam Pachel Drive ratla Mountain View, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still using Eskia Mphahlele, we then took Mountain View in Pretoria.
Ma sahamba ngayo ke eSkiam Phahlele leyo sase sihlangana nayo ke Mountain View ePretoria.
Ratsana ka Roseville, Pretoria Salmo Eskiam Pachel.
And we went into Roseville in Pretoria whilst we were still in Eskia Mphahlele.
Sahamba ngayo ke eSkiam Phahlele leyo sase sihlangana ke neRoseville.
Rafita Capital Park, Pretoria Saspela ka Eskiam Pachel gape.
We passed Capital Parks in Pretoria while still on Eskia Mphahlele.
Sisakuyona ke eSkiam Phahlele leyo sandlula ke eCapital Park.
Sale Eskiam Pachel Drive Rafita gape Technicon Rent, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we also passed Technicon Rank in Pretoria.
Sisahamba ngayo ke eSkiam Phahlele sase siyohlangana ke neTechnicon Rent ePretoria.
Salmo Eskiam Pachel ratla to east ratla ka Pretoria West.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we then Eskia Mphahlele Drive East We then went into Pretoria West.
Sahamba ngayo ke SKM Pastel Drive East, sayo dlula ke Pretoria West.
Re feta tsela se ke ampatela tsena ka Francis Bar Skogronte 648.J a ke bona nna ke in Pretoria.
And whilst the Eskiem Pathele Road then took us into Franz Bard Street, Skogrond 6 showgrounds 6-4, and I do not see what other numbers, but it was still in Pretoria.
Sahamba ngayo ke SKM Pastel leyo Pretoria West ke sayo hlangana nayo iFrancis Park Street ama showgrounds boni ukuthi bhalwe lapha kodwa access Pretoria.
Napile ra tsena ka Nanasita Street Skogronte 648J something Pretoria.
And we also used Nanasita Street showgrounds right in Pretoria as well.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayo fitha ke namasayo hlangana neNanasita.
Mera sipla ka Sophie de Brain Street Pretoria Central.
We also used Sophie de Brain Street in Pretoria Central.
Sayo hlangana namasahamba ke ngayo iSophie de Brain Street ePretoria maphakathi nedolobha.
Re feta ra sipla ka Dequa Road Salvo Pop Pretoria.
After that, we used Dequa Road, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Sayo hlangana namasahamba ngayo iDequa ngwato iDequa eSalvokop ePretoria.
Mera tara feta gape Kausili Jan Smart Drive Salvokop Pretoria.
We also passed Jan Smart Drive, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Sayo fitha namasayo dlula ke yona iJan Smart Drive eSalvokop khona ePretoria.
Mera kana ka Schoeman Freeway Salvokop Pretoria.
We then went into Ben Schoeman Freeway, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Sayo hlangana namasayo ngena ke yona ke iBen Schoeman Freeway eSalvokop ePretoria.
Pela gape ka Ben Schoeman go fitlela re tla Groenkloof 358 JR Pretoria.
We proceeded in Ben Schoeman Freeway until we got to Groenkloof 358 JR in Pretoria.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayo hlangana ke nayo iBen Schoeman sahamba ngayo ke Ben Schoeman leyo sayo hlangana neGroenkloof 358 JR ePretoria.
Mera sasbala ka Ben Schoeman gape Atlaka the Hove Centurion.
Whilst we were still driving on Ben Schoeman, we then went into the Hove Fast.
The Hoovers
in Centurion.
Schoeman leyo sayo hlangana ke neDiwubes eCenturion.
Salemo ka Ben Schoeman gape ra Littleton 88 Centurion.
Whilst we were still on Ben Schoeman, we went into Littleton in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke Ben Schoeman sayo hlangana ke neLittleton eCenturion.
Basipela ka yona gape ra kopana le Swartkop Centurion.
We proceeded in Ben Schoeman until we met Swartkop in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke Ben Schoeman sayo fitha namasayo hlangana neSwartkop eCenturion.
Sasipela ka Ben Schoeman gape ra tla ka Brakfontein 399 Centurion.
While still using Ben Schoeman Freeway, we then came across Brakfont 399 in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke Ben Schoeman leyo sayo hlangana ke neBrakfontein 399 Centurion.
Atla gape ka yona Ben Schoeman ra feta low Ladia Centurion.
And whilst we were still on Ben Schoeman, we then also came across Low Ladia in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo Ben Schoeman sayo hlangana ke neLow Ladia eCenturion.
Salmo Ben Schoeman gape ra feta Halfway Gardens Midrand.
Whilst we were still on Ben Schoeman, we then also passed Halfway Gardens in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke leyo ke sayo hlangana ke Halfway ku N1 Freeway ne Halfway Gardens eMidrand.
Mera sepela gape ra feta Waterfall 5 akibo numero Midrand.
And we were still on Ben Schoeman, and then we passed Waterfall 5, and I do not see that number, however it was in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayo hlangana ke Waterfall or Waterfall kona ke eMidrand.
M1 Freeway Woodmead Sandton.
And it proceeded into M1 Freeway Woodmead in Sandton.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayo hlangana ke neWoodmead eSandton.
Sal M1 gape ra feta free M1 free Batlu.
Still on M1, we passed Patlu freeway.
Feta East Gate Santin.
We passed East Gate in Sentin.
Sal M1 freeway ra tlaka Weinberg Santin.
While still on M1 freeway, we passed Weinberg in Sentin.
M1 freeway sayindlula eWeinberg eSentin.
Ralatela ka Bramley Park Santin.
Followed by Bramley Park in Sentin.
Kulandela ke iBramley Park eSentin.
Ralatela ka Safer Fontaine 51J something Johannesburg.
And we followed by Safer Fontaine 51J, and the other number I do not see in Johannesburg.
Sasesama ngayo ku M1 lo sayofika ke eSafer Fontaine 51 eJohannesburg.
Salmo M1 freeway rapera feta Houghton Estate.
Still on M1 freeway, my lord, we passed Houghton Estate.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 freeway sayofika ke Houghton Estate.
Umera feta Kilani M1 freeway rape.
And still on M1 freeway, we passed Kilani.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 sayofika ke Kilani.
Ratla rape M1 freeway rafeta Parktown.
While still on M1 freeway, we passed Parktown.
Parktown in Johannesburg.
Parktown, which is in Johannesburg.
Ratla freeway Johannesburg.
And proceeded still in that freeway in Johannesburg.
Yafeta M1 freeway Selby.
And it proceeded to M1 freeway in Selby.
Alatela ke Omonde 99 IR Johannesburg South.
Followed by M1 freeway Omonde 91 IR Johannesburg South.
M1 freeway Omonde 99 Johannesburg.
Salomo M1 freeway rape Rafeta Robert Sam Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Robert Sam Johannesburg South.
M1 freeway
Yatarape Ralatelaka Evans Park Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Evans Park in Johannesburg South.
M1 Evans Park Johannesburg South.
Change N2 freeway Mngomezulu Johannesburg South.
And now we went into the N12 November 12 freeway Mondio in Johannesburg South.
N12 freeway Mondio in Johannesburg South.
N12 freeway Ireton Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the N12 freeway, we passed Ireton Johannesburg South.
N12 freeway Ireton Johannesburg South.
Safitarape N1 freeway Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we passed the N1 freeway Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
N1 freeway Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Ratsana Apega Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we used the old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
As we were still driving, my lord, it then went into Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Sa driver gape ra tsena ka Chris Hani Road Power Park Soweto.
Whilst we were still driving, we went into Chris Hani Road Power Parks in Soweto.
Power Park in Soweto.
Near Elias Motswaledi Road Dlamini Soweto.
The following one, it then went into near Elias Motswaledi Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Elias Motswaledi Dlamini in Soweto.
Awulatela Chris Hani Road, Dlamini Soweto.
It was followed by Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Olandelayo ke kwaba umgwaqo ke iKhrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Sipicha kayo na ofitlela Oma Street, Dlamini, Soweto.
We followed the Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto until we got to Koma Street in Dlamini in Soweto.
Sihambile ngayo ke eDlamini sawufika ke eKoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Pile rasepela ape rataka Makhalima Street, Moroka.
Then we drove into Makhalima Street in Moroka.
Hamba ngayo ke sathi singena ke kumgwaqo noma ke sihlado ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Apile motoro wa idler.
From there the motor vehicle was idling.
And which place is this?
Moroka Police Station.
It was now at Moroka Police Station.
Okay, imoto nje yayiduma ke ngabantu ababiza ukuthi ke idler ke idler eMoroka Police Station eSoweto.
And what time was the time of arrival?
Kano re fitlhe ka 6:22 ka re tsena re emenyana ya idler.
I can say we arrived at 6:22 because we stopped upon our arrival and it kept on idling.
Ngizothi ke isikhathi safika ngaso ke bese sibhale lapha ke u6:22 ngoba safika ke sema khona ke imoto yabe iduma ke noma iidle.
Can you once again just clarify for record purposes why you drove to Moroka Police Station?
Nke le ro tlhalosetse gore e khone go gatishwa gore go baneng le na lile la ya Moroka Police Station.
Ka ke le ka tlhalosetsa gore kana go re tswa police station go ke kelela mogala go tswa go Brigadier Gininda.
As I've explained to court that as we were driving when we were leaving, I got a call from Mr. Gininda.
Bese ngishilo ke ngaphambi
Brigadier Gininda.
Azila lenkantolo ke ukuthi ngase ngisahamba ke ngemoto leyo ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena uBrigadier Gininda.
Moroka Police Station.
And instructed me that before going to First Flora's Court, we should firstly pass by Moroka Police Station.
Engitshela ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngihambe ngiye enkantolo yase First Flora's kuzofanele ukuthi ngiyodlula ke ePolice Station yase Moroka.
Upelele moto wa kacha confession ya Ntanzi, accused number 2.
As he had found a person that would be able to take a confession from the accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
Esho ke ukuthi wayesemtholileke umuntu owayezothatha ke istatement noma la awayezothi khona ke uBongani Ntanzi agonyuluke khona.
Can you just then go back to Exhibit MM2 after the last idle? What happened there? On the status?
Go bona botlhatsi bo we ka moraga idling ya mafelelo go diragetseng
ka date ya 2026-19-0646 kana go 0646.28 seconds kile ka tima motoro.
On the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 6:46.28 seconds, I then switched off the ignition.
Kwathi ke ngazo i-19th ka June 2020 isikhathi ke 06:48.28 nama seconds ke ngase ngiyithisha ke imoto.
And the location?
Lebelele kae?
Bele Makhalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
The location was in Makhalima Street in Moroka Police Station in Soweto.
Indawo ke kwakuse kwistrada ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Yes, and the next activity under that?
Napile ka moraga mo we e reng
Sali 26-19-08-12-06 startup Uleya Duma.
On the same date of the 19th of June 2020 at 06:12 and 6 seconds, that's when 08, my apologies, my lord. At 08:12, that's when the vehicle was ignited, it start up.
Ngazo ke i-19th ka June 2020 isikhathi ke 08:12:06 ama seconds ila engadumisa khona ke imoto futhi.
Police Station ya Moroka.
And we were still at Moroka Police Station.
Sengaphakathi ke yona iPolice Station yase Moroka.
we get toilet space samo to pakile space samo tabergang mola beke shuti shapoloi.
And I was moving the vehicle as I had blocked someone's space, someone that worked at Moroka police station.
Ngangisusa ke imoto ngoba kwawukuthi ke ngangivaleleke noma ngisendaweni ke yomuntu osebenza khona lapho eMoroka.
Omersalona moya idle gape.
Whilst we were still there, it idled again.
Sisekhona lapho ke imoto yayisaduma ke futhi
Lona chachili weka 8:35 katima motoro.
On the same day at 8:35, I switched off the vehicle.
Na ngayo ke 8:35 ngaphinda futhi ke imoto ngayicisha.
The AVL, sorry, the AVL shows that the vehicle was idling from 8:21 until 8:31. Do you remember what the reason was?
Iboncha mo we gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 8:21 go fihlella ka 8:31 le a tseba gore le ba ka ibeleng. Yes, I still remember.
Mshutshisi uthi ke kuyabonakala ke la ukuthi imoto yayiduma ke kusuka ngalesi sikhathi leso 8:21 8:26 kwaze kwayoshaya ke 8:31 uthi yebo ngesazi isizathu ukuthi bakuyini.
As it was cold, I was using the heater, my lord.
Nathi ngoba ke kwakufanda ke noma kwakunamakhaza ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngangilayithe i-heater.
Yes, next activity after ignition off.
Napile ka moraga gore ignition e timiwe gwa diragala eng?
Yeah, kile ka starta gape ka 10:08.
I ignited the vehicle again at 10:08.
Kwathi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngo 10:08 ngadumisa imoto futhi.
Salaga maraga police station gape.
And I was still at the police station.
Ngisephakathi ke kuyona i-police station.
And then it moves.
Got 10:13.
At 10:13.
And what was the reason?
Yase isuka ke
Lebaka ebeleng.
10:13 sorry.
Resichere lupshecha go tloga.
We were now
Moroka rea Fosloras.
We were now preparing to drive from Moroka to Fosloras.
Sase silungisela ke ukuhamba khona ke eMoroka siya eFosloras.
Yes.
Omega rela ganyane aitla gape.
I drove just a little bit as it was still dry idling.
Hamba ke kancane nje nanjengoba yayisaduma ke.
Yes, it shows that the vehicle was idling from 10:14:48 until 10:44:30. What was the reason?
E bontsha gore koloi bentse e duma go tlogella ka 10:14:48 go fihlella ka 10:44 le ba ka ibeleng.
Versa lukisha ona re so separa bang mo tseleng.
Dana ke bonakala ke ukuthi imoto leyana ke eduma ke ngayo ku 10:14 kusuka ngayo ku 10:14 lana kwaze kwashaya u 10:39 ne. Okay, go over.
And we were still preparing to how are we going to get to Fosloras.
Sase lungiselela ke ukuthi sasa yofika ka seyofika kanjani ke khona eFosloras.
And it was idling again.
Yes, after the last idle, what was the next activity?
The ignition was turned off.
The time?
10:46.
10:46 was the time, my lord.
10:46.
Yes, in seconds?
10:46.56.
10:46 and 56 seconds.
My seconds you get out 56.
Yes, next activity.
Salona Chatelari 2026 19/11:42.
It was on the same day of the 19th of June 2020.
Startup Agape, Salamara police station.
And at 11:42, that is when I ignited the vehicle once more.
Ngalo lelo langa ke langa 2020 isikhathi 11:42 ngayidumisa futhi ke imoto.
And
Umekalona Chachilo Rape, 11:42, 09 seconds. Sorry, 11, ignition off. Salmaraga police station.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June, 2020, at 11:42 and 9 seconds, the ignition went off.
Ngalo-ke lelo langa lelo-ke langa i-19th kaJune 2020 isikhathi-ke u-11:42:09 ilanga esengiyiswitcha off khona noma ngicisha khona-ke imoto.
Ume Lona Chachilo Rape, 2020-06-19, 11:59:00.
And on that same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020, at 11:59:00 seconds, I ignited the vehicle whilst we were still at the police station, at Moroka police station.
Ngalelo langa lelo-ke langa i-19th kaJune 2020 umzuzu nje owodwa ngaphambi kwayo shumi nambili ila engayidumisa khona-ke imoto ngangisengaphakathi-ke kuyona i-police station yaseMoroka.
Ume ka 2020 06-19, 12 o'clock 15 seconds got start our driver.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020, at 12:01, at 12:00, 15 seconds, I started driving.
Ngalelo langa langa i-19th kaJune 2020 isikhathi-ke kwakuse-12 fika manje ngaqala-ke ukuhamba.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka belingi. We were done with Ntanzi as he had made a confession, and we were now going to Fosloras.
Sase siqedile-ke ngaye uNtanzi-ke la wayegonyuluka khona-ke sase manje sisundlulela khona-ke eFosloras.
Yes, can you indicate the routes that you traveled?
Ngele re tlhalosetse ge ditsela tse leng gore lena le sepetse ka tsona.
Okay, salona la Chachileo, ngaswaledi nako petano wala ngomtsamaiele kae.
On the same day, I will not mention the times, however, I will mention the route which we took.
No, you must mention the time if it's there.
Oh, okay.
Barele bolele gore nako e be e reng.
Okay. Right, ka 2026-19 12:00.15 driving Nyakoma Street Moroka Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 I was driving near Koma Street in Moroka Soweto.
2026-19 12:01 05 driving near Chris Hani Dlamini.
And on that same day at 12:01 and 5 seconds, my lord, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Umersale satamaka Chris Hani Road Dlamini. Ratlaka nearly 12:03. Ratlaka Chris Hani Road Klipspruit.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:03 and 5 seconds near Chris Hani Road in Klipspruit.
2020 isikhathi-ke 12:03 sihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo-ke iKhrizani eKlipspruit eSoweto.
And there's an activity, the status.
Hash braking.
It shows hash braking.
Do you remember the reason?
I do not remember what was the problem at that time.
Salona Chatleo 2026-19, got a 19-1208, driving near Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Luft 319 IQ Soweto.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 5 seconds. I was driving near Old Potchefstroom Road in Diploof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 12:08 isikhathi ngihamba ke hamba bona ke umgwaqo ke i-Old Potchefstroom eDiepkloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Salona letsatsi lwa gape 2026-19 ka nako 12:08:35 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Diepkloof 319 Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 35 seconds, we then joined the N12 Diepkloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 isikhathi ke 12:08:35 ngihamba ngomshayela ke u-N12 freeway eDiepkloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Recipe ka na N12 freeway yos ka lona letsatsi lo fitla ka 12:10:15 seconds.
We proceeded on the same day using the N12 freeway until 12:09 and 5 and 50, 12:10 and 15 seconds.
Sihambile ke ngalendanga saze sayofika kwaze bayoshaya isikhathi u-12:10 nama seconds awu-15 sihamba kuyona ke lomgwaqo.
Recipe ka N12 freeway Araton.
And we were using the N12 freeway in Araton.
Sasihamba ngayo ke u-N12 freeway e-Araton.
Salona letsatsi lo gape 12:10:58 seconds ra tsena ka ra feta Swartcourt Street Ridgeway Johannesburg.
And on the same day at 12:10 and 58 seconds, we passed Swartcourt Street in Ridgeway in Johannesburg.
Ngazo i-19 lezo sika June 2020 12:10 58 seconds sayondlula ke kwistrada abathi yi-Swartcourt e-Ridgeway eJohannesburg South.
Salona mo we gape 2020 0619 2011 o fitla ka 2020 619 12:11 13 seconds. Recipe ka N12 freeway o fitla ka 2026 19 12:58 santsana le tsama ka N12 freeway Ridgeway Winchester.
And we proceeded with N12 freeway from 12:11:13 until 12:12:58, where we got into Glen Eagles in Johannesburg South.
Sihambile ke lana saze sayofika ke i-Ridgeway lena ukusuka ngaso isikhathi ke u-12:11:13 kwaze bayoshaya ke isikhathi lesa esiku-12:12:58 sihamba ngaya kwe-N12 lena u-N12 freeway ibhale ke i-Glen Eagles.
Omer sa spela kana letsatsi lo gape ka nako 12:14:00 seconds ra sepela ka N12 freeway Basonia.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:14 and 00 seconds, we drove into N12 freeway in Basonia.
Sisa ngalelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke u-12:14 ama seconds awekho ke u-00 ngayo N12 freeway eBasonia.
Go tloga ka lona letsatsi le 12:14:18 seconds go fitla ka 12:16:31 seconds where sepela ka N12 freeway Albertine Southwest Albertine.
And my lord, from 12:14 and 18 seconds on that same day, we were driving in N12 freeway in Alberton until we got to 12:16:31.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke lazo i-19 ka June 2020 ngayo u-12:14:18 kwaze bayofika ke ngayo u-12:16:31 sihamba ngayo umgwaqo leyana ku-N12 freeway e-Albertine kwaze bayofika ke N12 freeway South Crest.
Salwana mo gape ka 12:16:31 seconds ra tlaka no 8 okay ka di 19 2026 19 12:18 00 seconds, and then Ratlaka entry
and
Fontaine 108 Jimiston.
On the same day at 12:18 and 00 seconds, we then drove into N3 freeway in Elandsfontein.
12:18:10.
Yes.
Okay. Ngazo i-19 June 2020 ngayo isikhathi ke 12:18:10 sihamba ngayo N3 freeway eElandsfontein 108 eGermiston.
Then Salwana Moljatlewo 2026 19 12 19 11 seconds. Rasplaga N3 freeway Albemarle Jimiston.
And on the same day at 12:19 and 11 seconds, we were driving in N3 freeway Albemarle in Germiston.
Ngalo lelo langa ke lange 19 June 2020 12:19 ama-seconds awu-11 ke sihamba ku N3 freeway eAlbemarle eGermiston.
Albemarle.
Albemarle, sorry about that.
I apologize, my lord, it's Albemarle.
Albemarle ke ngiyakholisela lokho.
Salwana Moweka 12:19 42 seconds near entry freeway for the Woods Park Albertine.
And on that same day, my lord, at 12:19 and 42 seconds, we were driving in Fairfords Park in Albertine. Fairfords Park.
Sorry. Ngalo lelo langa ke lange 19 June 2020 12:19:42 sasihamba ke ku N3 freeway eFairfords Park Albertine.
Salwana Mogape Kalona Jatle Potwaka 12:20:33 Fitlaka 12 Sali 19 Rap 12:21:25 seconds. Verifita road entry freeway road Cop Jimiston.
And my lord, on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:20 and 33 seconds, we joined N3 freeway in Radio Cop in Germiston up to the 12:21 up to 12:21 and 25 seconds, and we were still in N3 freeway in Radio Cop in Germiston.
Ngazo ke i-19 June 2020 kusuka ngayo ke u-12:20 33 kwaze kwayashaya ke u-12:21 25 sasihamba ngawo umgwaqo lawo N3 freeway i-Road Cop 139 eGermiston.
Salwana Chachilo Gape Kano Kya 12:23 55 seconds. Rabaret Rear Sepulaga Yonachilayo near Berry Mares Road Freddy Boss Ufitlaga 12:24 15 seconds.
And on the same day from 12:23 and 55 seconds, we were now driving in Berry Marais Road in Freddy Boss in Boksbeek until 12:24 and 15 seconds, still on the same road.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke kusuka ngayo ke u-12:23 55 kwaze kwayoshaya ke 12:24:05 u-12:24:05 sasihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke abathi iBerry Mare eFrede Boss eBoksbeek.
Umera Sepulaga Gape Sanala Jatle 20:25 45 seconds. Ratanaka Birman Road First floor was extension 29.
And on the same day at 12:25 and 45 seconds, we joined Birmar Road in Fosloras extension 29.
Ngalo lelo langa ke ngo-12:25:45 sasesingena ke eBirman Road umgwaqo ke eBirman eFosloras extension 29 eFosloras.
Birman Road also was Kimo Court, the police station.
And Birman Road, it's at court near the police station, my lord, in Fosloras.
Umgwaqo ke eBirman police station seduze kwecourt eFosloras.
Umekalo Jatle 12:26 16 seconds. Katima Poloi.
And on that same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 26 and 16 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke u-12:36 ama-seconds awu-16 la ngaqisha khona ke imoto.
And where were you at that stage?
Lebelele kae kana na kwewe?
We
were at the court gate.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke sasise gate ke noma esangweni ke la se Katolo.
Omega 13:26:02 ka starta ko le gape.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 13:26:02 I ignited the vehicle.
Dalelo langa lelo ke lange 19th ka June 2020 sikhathi ke 13:26 ama-second awu-2 ke ngadumisa imoto futhi.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka beyilingi? I was moving for a truck that was bringing prisoners.
Ngangisukela ke itraka eyayilethe iboshwa.
Omega 13:27 gape ka tima koloi.
And on the same day at 13:27:19 I switched off the ignition.
Dalelo langa futhi ke ngaye u-13:27 ama-seconds awu-19 ngacisha imoto futhi.
Then ka tsena ka court.
And I went in court.
Ngapha enkantolo.
Ekfeditse sona letsatsi leo gape ka 14:04:08.
And when I was finished on the same day at 14:04:08.
Ngathuma sengiqedile ke ngalo langa 14:04 ama-seconds awu-80.
Starta ko le gape sala ka mogare ga jarata ya tronko ere jarata ya court.
I ignited the vehicle once more whilst we were still in the courtyard.
Ngadumisa imoto futhi ke sise ngaphakathi khona ke matsayi ka senkantolo.
Yes.
Salwana mo gape 14:06 ke sepula near entry freeway for Sloras.
And on the same day at 14:06:35 I joined the N3 freeway in Phosphorus.
Yeah.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo ke 14:06:35 ngase ngihlangana ke noma umgwaqo ke u-N3 freeway ePhosphorus.
But just before you proceed, when you switch off the ignition for the first time at 12:26:16, what happened? What happened to the accused?
Rene le tima koloi ka 13:26. Go dira getseng ka 12:26.
The court cells.
We put him into the court cells.
Uma ngicisha ke imoto ngalesi sikhathi ke siwu-12:26 sasola ke ngesagenisa ke chancel kasenkantolo.
Yes, and then what happened to him?
Napile kwa diragala eng ka yena?
Wila tsena court.
He went into court.
Wangena enkantolo.
No, zanga tsena court u tsene mo di selling holding cells.
My apologies, my lord. He went into the court holding cells.
Ngiyaxolisaka kangenanga enkantolo kodwa wase eyogcinwa ke kuma holding cells ke akhona lapho enkantolo.
Yes, the outcome thereof is on then exhibit MM. Can you just put that on record?
Napile katlholo ile ya ba gona a shibo botlatsi bona lena mo registering mo we go ngwadilweng le reng ba ditse
the normal. UU1
ke botlatsi ba UU1.
Okay, ke le go tswa ke le go mmea ba di holding cells ka go bona mtshutshisi.
After placing him at the holding cells, I went to see the prosecutor.
Ngathi uma sengimshile ke kuma cell alapho ke ngahamba ngayobona umshushisi.
Molato wa zanga ba enroll mo court roll.
And the matter was not enrolled on the court roll.
Nokuthi ke icala lelo ke lalingekho kuhla lamacala ke asenkantolo ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes. Then what happened to the accused?
Napile molato fatwa wa diragala eng ka yena.
We took him and left with him. Sase simthatha ke na ke msola sihamba naye.
Thank you. You were on the N3 freeway.
Lebelele mo
First
tseleng ya
arrest.
N3
At 14:06:35.
ka 14:06:55 55.
Ya re pele re tloga kwa court Sergeant Mabena wila lemoga gore o tlogetse dikhia tša gagwe le khia tša koloi le memory stick kwa Moroka.
When we left the court, Sergeant Mabena noticed that he left his memory stick and his keys at Moroka police station.
Sathi ke uma siphuma ke lapho noma sesihamba ke lapho wase ebona ke yena ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi wakhohlwa ikhiya zakhe kanye nayo ke memory stick yakhe police station yaseMoroka.
Ume re re boela morago botse ne tshwantse re ile Phukeng ra ba re feta re driver boela back Moroka police station.
And when returning back, we were supposed to went to Phukeng. However, we drove back to Moroka police station.
Kwakufanele ukuthi ke sihamba ke siya ePhukeng kodwa saphoqeleka ke ukuthi ke asiqale ke eMoroka noma sibuyele khona eMoroka.
Ume re go tloga Fosloras court ra ba re tsena ka driver ka N3 freeway Fosloras
and
ka
when
14:06:55 seconds.
And when we left the Phosphorus court, my lord, we drove into N3 freeway in Phosphorus at 14:06:55 seconds.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo14:65 ama seconds ke awu55 uma siphuma khona ke enkantolo ePhosphorus sasihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iN3 freeway ePhosphorus.
Salwana mo gape ka same day 14:07:35 ra feta gape N3 freeway the Boksburg.
And on the same day at 14:07:35 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway Vredebosch in Boksburg.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke u14:07:35 sahamba ngayo ku N3 freeway sadlula ke eVredebosch eBoksburg.
Salwana mo gape kana tšatšileo ka 14:09:12 seconds ra feta freeway road Cop 139 Jamestown.
And on the same day at 14:09:12 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway in Rodi Cop, the 139 in Jamestown.
Kwase kuthi ngalo lelo langa ke 1906-2020 u14:09 isikhathi ama seconds awu12 N3 freeway sadlula ke eRoda Cop 139 Jamestown.
Fikela gape kana tšatšileo 14:10:40 seconds ra ba re fetša freeway road Cop ka 14:11 tšatšileo ra ba re joina Heidelberg road Cop.
And on the same day at 14:10:40 seconds, that is when we were completing the N3 freeway road Cop, and we were then at 14:11:10 seconds joining the Heidelberg road.
Kwase kuthi ngase ngesikhathi ke esu14:10 ama seconds awu40 ila esiqedelela khona ke lo mgwaqo lo N3 freeway kwathi ngo14:11:10 services kumanake noma sesihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iHeidelberg Rodecop Jamestown.
Go fitlhela kana tšatšileo ka 14:10 seconds ra ba re tšwa Heidelberg road ka 14:17 re tsena ka Ring Road East New Market.
And on the same day at 14:10 seconds, that is when we were off ramping at Heidelberg Road in Ilatsfontein, and at 14:17:05 we then joined the Ring Road East in New Market, Parks in Albert.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo ke u14:14 ila esesimanje sesiphuma khona noma siqeda khona ke uhamba ngayo umgwaqo iHeidelberg. Kwase kuthi ngo14:17 singena ke umgwaqo iRing Road East in New Market Park eAlberton.
Re sepetse ka yona Ring Road East New Market Alberton o fitlhela ka lona le tšatši la 2026-19-15-26 ke re tlo joina ka 15:27 re tlo joina Helston Street New Red Roof Alberton.
And we proceeded on that same road, my lord, and at 15:27, that is when we joined New Road West in New Redhurst in Alberton.
If I can take you back, sorry.
Sihambile-ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lowo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke 152740.
Yes.
152740 ila esekuhlangana khona-ke nomgwaqo-ke i-Ring Road West eNew route e-Alberton.
At 14:20:35 seconds, it shows that the ignition is off near Ring Road East, Newmarket, Alberton. Can you remember what the reason was?
Ka 14:20 le metsotswana e 35 go bontsha gore koloi ile ya tima mo Ring Road East le sa gopola gore le baka beeleng
Ngo 1420 ke kuyatshengisa ke la ukuthi imoto ke yayicishiwe ke e-Ring Road. Usakhumbula ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini?
Gopola botse re eme samerara ka metsi if sa gopola botse.
If my memory serves me well, we stopped somewhere and bought water.
Uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke khona la esemakhona ke sathenga amanzi.
Napile ka 1436 ra starta go le ra sama gape.
And at 14:36 and 59 seconds, we started the vehicle and drove off.
Ngokuthi ke ngo 1436 ke ila esadumisa khona ke imoto sasesehamba futhi.
At which place did you buy water?
Ke kae tulong yewe e le rekileng metsi go yona?
I mean, is it a retailer? Is it a garage?
Convenience
store or
ke garage
what
type
of place that was?
Ukuthi indawo enjani ke la enathenga khona ke amanzi kwakuyistolo kwakusegarage kwakuphi nendawo nje?
Ola botse ka molo ngakusapala re tsene Pick n Pay or kae mara ke mogara ga molo ya re ma garage.
We went into a mall. I do not know which store exactly, whether was it Pick n Pay or which store, but we did not stop at a garage.
Asange simeke egarage uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke ila khona ke ekudingathela yezitolo angisakhumbula noma ukuthi sangena ePick noma kuphi nendawo.
And for whom were these purchases?
Le rekela mang?
Be rekela nna le Mapena le Ntanzi.
I was buying for myself, Mapena and Ntanzi.
Ngangithengela mina uMabhena kanye futhi noNtanzi.
Did you remember what you bought for accused, Mr. Ntanzi?
We bought water and Simba chips for him.
Usakhumbula ukuthi uNtanzi yena wamthengelani? Amthengela amanzi kanye nama Simba chips.
Yes.
Lekadwela pele. We drove off.
Yeah, it shows that between 1442 and 1457 the car was idling.
E bontsha gore go tlogela ka 1442 go fitlhela ka 1457 koloi e bentse e duma.
Njengisake la ukuthi ngayo u1442 kwaze kwaba u1457 imoto yayiduma.
In fact, up until 1522
botse e bontsha go fitlhela ka 1522.
Uma ubheka ke njengisake nomkhombisa ukuthi yayiduma ke kwaze kwayoshaya u1522.
This is where we were passing the robots and this is where we stopped.
Ila esasifika khona ke kuma robot bese siyama khona.
Umersalo gona mo gape 2026 19 15 25 55 where driver guy on King Ring Road East Newmarket Alberton.
And on the same day at 15:25 and 55 seconds, we were driving in Ring Road East Newmarket Park in Alberton.
Well, kuthi ke ngazo i19 lezo zika June 2020 start 15:25 55 kona ke umgwaqo Ring Road East Newmarket Park eAlberton sakamba kawo.
Ufitlela ka 15:27 30 seconds ratsena ka Helston Street Red Roof.
And at 15:27 and 30 seconds we went into Helston Street in New Road in Alberton.
Kwaze kwayofika ke ngayo u15:27 nama seconds awu 30 singena kusona ke istrada eHelston eNew Red Road eAlberton.
Omega la chachile 15:27 40 seconds. Ratana isale ona Ring Road West New Red Road.
And at 15:27 and 40 seconds, we were still at Ring Road West in New Red Road in Alberton.
Was ukuthi ngaye ke u-15:27 nama-seconds awu-40 sihamba ngayo ke sihamba ngayo i-Ring Road West e-New Red Road e-Alberton.
Melon Church Leo 15:29, 55 seconds. Ratsanaka, Fort Reke Road, New Red Ruth, Alberton of Itlaka 15:30, 5 seconds.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 16th of the 19th of June in 2020, we went into Fort Reke Road, New Red Ruth in Alberton at 15:29 and 55 seconds.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke langa 19th of June 2020 ngayo ke u-15:29 55 kushaya ke u-15:30 05 sahamba ngayo ke e-Fort Reke khona ke e-New Red Road e-Alberton.
Lona Chatilo Rape, 15:30, 20 seconds. Rajoina N12 Freeway Alberton.
On the same day, at 15:30 and 20 seconds, we joined the N12 freeway in Alberton.
Base kuthi ke ngayo ku-15:30 ama-seconds awu-20 sase sikhumana ke nomgwaqo i-N12 freeway e-Alberton.
Fikhala ka 15:31, 39 seconds. Erefecha Uchomo Freeway N12 Alberton. Rajoina N12 Freeway Basonia ka 15:34. 02 seconds.
And we were on the N12 freeway in Alberton until 15:31 and 39 seconds. That is when at 34 and 2 seconds, we joined N12 freeway Basonia in Johannesburg South.
Kwaze kwashaya ke u-15:31 sihamba ngayo ke i-N12 freeway e-Alberton kwaze kwaye ngo-15:34 nama-seconds awu-2 uma sesikhumana ke nomgwaqo i-N12 freeway eBasonia.
Ume utloka ka 15:35, 00 seconds. Ufitla ka 15:35, 45 seconds. Verosalmo Rajoina Rafita N12 freeway Glen Eagles and N12 freeway Cederdorp Johannesburg South.
And at 15:35 and 00 seconds, we were in N12 freeway in Glen Eagles, Johannesburg, until 15:35 and 45 seconds, where we joined Said Road in Johannesburg South on the same freeway N12.
Asasihamba lapho ke phakathi kwa-15:35 15:35 no-15:35 la sasikhona ke ku-N12 freeway eGlen Eagles kwase kuthi ngo-15:35 45 sihamba kuyona ke u-N12 freeway eSuiderpoort Johannesburg South.
Salona the 19th of June 2020 ka 15:36 10 seconds. Sena N12 freeway Winchester Hills Johannesburg South.
On the same aforementioned date at 15:36 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now driving at N12 freeway Winchester Hill Johannesburg South.
Ngalo lelo langa ke ngo-15:36 10 sase singena ke ku-N12 freeway eWinchester Hills Johannesburg.
Recipe Jagayana Salana Chachelela 2026-19 Ufikala ka 15:37 25 seconds. Erotlogala N12 freeway Ridgeway Ritzenaka 15:38 N12 freeway RT.
We used the same road, my lord, up until at 15:37 and 25 seconds. That is when we left Ridgeway and joined Araton.
Sambile ke ngalo mgwaqo leyo ke kwase phela ngo-15:37 25 ila eseshiya khona ke leyo mgwaqo leyo ke i-N12 freeway i-Ridgeway sakwase kuthi ke ngo-15:28 sayojoyina ke i-N12 freeway i-Araton.
15:39 55 seconds. Join Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Cliff 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
At 15:39 and 55 seconds on the same day, we then joined the Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Cliff 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:39:55 sasesiyo managa nomgwaqo i-Old Potchefstroom eDuke 319 IQ Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona tsela ya go fitlhela ka 15:41:00 seconds.
We used the same road, my lord, until 15:41 and 00 seconds.
Sihambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo loyo kwaze kwayoba ngo-15:41 nama-seconds ke u-00.
And then 15:41 ke re tsena salwana mo near Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof, Soweto.
And at 15:41 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now at Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof, 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kwase kuthi ngo-15:41 nama-seconds awu-10 ke la sesiyongena khona-ke noma sesihlangana-ke nomgwaqo-ke i-Old Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
15:43, 15 seconds. We were feta Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof, Zone 6.
At 15:43 and 15 seconds, that is when we were passing the Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof, Zone 6 in Deep Kloof.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:43 ama-seconds awu-14 esisuka khona-ke e-Old Potchefstroom Road eDeep Kloof Zone 6.
O fitlhela re sa spela ka yona Old Potch Road, Deep Kloof, Zone 6. O fitlhela ka 16:03, 15 seconds.
And we were driving on the same road of Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof Zone 6 until 15:03 and 15 seconds. Yes.
Okay. Sihambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo loyo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-16:03. Sihamba ngawo lo mgwaqo loyo u-Old Potchefstroom Road eDeep Kloof Zone 6.
O fitlhela ka 16:08 re tlo joina Chris Hani Road, Klipspruit.
Until 16:08, my lord, when we joined Chris Hani Klipspruit.
Kwaze kwashaya-ke u-16:08 uma sesihlangana-ke noma sesifumanaka nomgwaqo i-Frezani eKlipspruit 318 eSoweto.
O meka 16:13, 15 seconds. O fitlhela 16:14, 55 seconds. We re sepela ka Chris Hani Road, Dlamini.
And from 16:13 and 15 seconds, we were driving in Chris Hani Road in Dlamini.
Ngaso-ke leso sikhathi leso phakathi kwakhe 16:14 sihamba ngaso-ke lowo mgwaqo loyo-ke iKlezani eDlamini eSoweto.
O mesa lona letsatsi leo gape 16:16, 05 seconds. We re sepela near Boma Street, Dlamini, Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June at 16:16 and 05, we were driving at Koma Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Naye-ke u-16:05 sasikwisitrada-ke iKoma eDlamini eSoweto.
Then ka letsatsi leo 16:16, 53 seconds ke re tsena ka jarata ya Mkalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
And on the same day at 16:16 and 53 seconds, that is when I went into the yard of Moroka Police Station in Mkalima Street.
Katima Poloi.
53 ila engena khona kumagceke-ke epolice station eMakhalima Street eMoroka ngasengidisha imoto.
And I turned off the ignition of the vehicle.
Sergeant Mabena fologa a ilonyakana le motho na le mo officing a shileng dikiatara le memory stick.
And Sergeant Mabena went out of the vehicle to go and look for that particular person who was in the office where he left his keys and the memory card.
Waseke ehlake
memory stick.
Ehlake emotweni uSergeant Mabena eyake eyobheka-ke umuntu wayeke ku-office lelo awashiya kulona-ke ikhiya kanye nayo-ke i-memory stick.
A ke tsona o khona wa mo fumana ba nga rule go bua are o re wa tla motho o re meemele o sa le go jana.
I do not know how was he able to get hold of that person, because when he came back, he said that person had asked that we should wait for him as they were still far.
Angazi-ke ukuthi-ke wamthola kanjani-ke loyo muntu loyo, kodwa-ke wase ecela-ke ukuthi asimlindeke ngoba-ke loyo muntu leyo wayesekude.
Yes, the fact of the matter is that you had to wait, is that correct?
Well,
what Sergeant Mabena said is hearsay, so you had to wait, yes?
Yes, it was on Friday and people had knocked off.
kwadingeka ukuthi silinde lapho ke ngoba ke kwakuwolesihlanu abantu babesebeyeke emsebenzini.
Ka morago ga diirinyana seo re di emeng mo o ile a tsena gape Sergeant Mabena a bua le dikgethe tsa gagwe le memory stick.
After a few hours that we waited there, Sergeant Mabena then went in and came back with his keys.
Emuva ke kwamahora ke athize ke silindileke lapho wangena ke uMabena wasebuya nazo ikhiya zakhe.
Kana ba re eme diiri tse pedi.
We might have waited 2 hours.
Kusengenzeka ukuthi salinda amahora amabili.
Bomme o lo kra dikgethe tsa gagwe ka starta motoro gape ka same date 1828
and
30 seconds.
When he got his keys on the same date at 18:28 and 30 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Yes. Yes.
Uma semdumisa ke imoto
28.
And what time did you leave?
Re tswa kwa Moroka police station ile 1833 ke joina Chris Hani Road.
When we left Moroka police station, it was at 18:33 and 30 seconds when I joined Chris Hani Road.
Please, my lord, we've reached the end of the normal court sitting time. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay. We adjourn until tomorrow. 10.
All right, guys, that's where our story ends today. We have seen quite a lot from Mogane today. Oh my goodness, Mogane is telling us another version here. Now, where the car was stopping, the areas where the car was stopping, what was happening there? Where he was idling, they would wait for a while, it's idling. Instead of them going to where they are going, look at the time frame. The person is moving with them up and down, all these things. And today it's not KFC, it's something else. Today is something else. Today is something else. Oh, we want to see how it's going to be like tomorrow. For 2 hours, they said they were looking for keys. That is Temeli Hlenkosi saying, for 2 hours looking for the keys. Magmala is saying, exactly, I noted the look Lindil. Guys, there is something that that this one is talking about that we need to see tomorrow. Remember, he has not yet spoken much about Jonathan and everything. Now he's giving us a detail of according to the route they took, but now it's going to mess up actually their story which they cooked up. I don't know about you, I don't know what you see, I don't know what you think, and I don't know what's your take over this matter. I don't want just to say everything. Let's leave it and see how everything is going to go. Guys, I'm going out now, I'm signing out. I will definitely are there any voice notes? Are there any voice notes? Is there any voice notes? No. I read all the I played the voice notes. All right, guys. I'll meet up with you tomorrow. Let's see how it's going to go down tomorrow. I can't wait for the defense team to come in and open up this man. Yeah, I'm a potos man. I'm a link. Definitely. Mngomezulu, it's true, Mngomezulu. There are too many portals, guys. Yar. Ay. Obiteng, bye. Bye, Obiteng. Let's meet tomorrow, guys. All right, let me sign out. Hi. Just think about what happened today. Let's talk in the morning. Let's just think about what happened in the morning. You can repeat and replay everything. Just check through and through. Let's talk tomorrow, guys. and let's see how it's going to go down tomorrow. So it's nice to be with you guys, and I know that tomorrow we are going to see quite a lot of things. I'm sure Baloy wants to coach him because he went off script somewhere. So I'm sure they are going to have faith. Let's see how it's going to go down tomorrow, Afet, and I know that it's going to be something else. All right, I'm signing out. Let me go because otherwise, if I just continue to say I'm going, I'll still be here. All right, guys, see you again tomorrow morning.
Ngiyakumemeza nguma wakho namhlanje ngithi awukhulume mntanami uyamazi umuntu okudubula yalazi igama lakhe baba kaSenzo hlangana noSenzo umndeni wakaMeyiwa kaNomdaya kasingile hlanganani namhlanje amaqiniso ahlala oba nesikhathele sidiniwe odbedlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali ezinkulu imali ibhadile lapha ingane kaSenzo bayazi nokuthi ifunda ngani esikoleni bazozenza lezimali bazoyenza le mali bayazi nokuyazi sikhathele vuka Senzo vuka mntanami ethuneni baba kaSenzo vukani nilwe ilwani manje sikhathe ukuthi nilwe mndeni wakaMeyiwa basingile baphingoshe vukani emathuneni vuka namba abantu badlala ngathi sekwanele badlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali hayi kwanele manje lezinyembe sizikhalayo zincane kunenjabulo sisazojabula mndenini wakaMeyiwa kwanele ngiyakumemeza nguma wakho namhlanje